Welcome to Modern Mystic Messages. I'm Teresa, and I'm so glad to be here today. Happy Wednesday to you if you're seeing this on the live, and if not, it doesn't matter. They are timeless messages anyway. We're going to hang out and chop it up a little bit. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm glad to be here, and I hope you are as well. We'll give it just a few minutes here to let some folks come on up in here into the live, and hopefully we will get this thing rocking and rolling here pretty soon. Hang on. Hmm. Let's see what we got. Hello, hello, whoever just came into the room. Welcome, welcome. I'm a little bit later than I had intended to be today, but I'm glad to be here, and I hope you are as well. Happy Wednesday to you. I do want to say for all of those that I had readings out, I believe I am all caught up now except for Antoine. And he said I could take my time, and that's good because I did get a couple of other readings that came in, kind of an urgent situation I needed to take care of. But other than that, I believe I'm all caught up except for Sage. Again, Sage E, if you do happen to come back into the chat, please send me an email so I know where to send the link to your reading. Same thing with Headlines with a Voice. I have done your reading. It is listed in my unlisted. I've emailed you the link. I just don't see that you've opened it. Warrior Above, Within, Without, I didn't get an email from you. Hold on a second, because I'm trying to figure out, I can't even go into my coffee tab, but please email me and I'll see. I did get some folks that bought me a coffee, but as far as actually paying for a reading, that I did not see from you. So please email me and we can certainly work it out. Hey, Christy, how are you? Good to have you in here. Yeah, I did have a couple people that sent me an email asking about a private reading, and I sent them the information about the pricing for a reading, and they never sent me back a request for questions, and they didn't make any kind of a donation or payment and buy me a coffee. Now, I do have some folks that sent me like $3 here, $5 there, but when I see that, I have had one person that kind of was confused and sent me $5 expecting that to be paying for a reading. And I didn't say anything. I just went ahead and did it. But that's not paying for a reading. That's literally buying me a cup of coffee. So, if you did that, if you let me know, I'll go ahead and honor it, but that's the reason why you didn't get a reading. I didn't get an email and Gmail for you, and I didn't see a specific request for a reading. If I overlooked it, I'm more than happy to do the reading for you because I get it. I don't have an actual calendar set yet, so it could slip through the cracks, and I'm more than happy to help out where I can. I just apologize if I missed you there. Now let's see what we got here. James, hey, welcome, welcome. And I miss you guys too. Hey, Garth Abbott, how are you? Hey, Valerie, welcome, welcome. Hey, bro, 100. You say you need coffee. I actually made some coffee earlier. No, that was last night. My bad. I don't drink it often, but yeah, I was kind of wanting some too. Hirumi, I do. Whatever. Honestly, Haroon, you have no idea. Please, y'all don't have to delete him. If a mod is in here, don't delete him. I answer this because, see, here's the thing. I'm 57 years old, and I was basically through poor choices of trusting in men that did not live up to what they promised. I wound up being a single mother of 4, including 2 daughters and twin boys. Okay. Now I managed to get all of my children through high school. I got a sergeant in the military. None of them have felony records. None of them were out there pregnant at the age of 13, 14. None of them was out there slinging drugs. I did what I had to do. No thanks to a man, and they had plenty of opportunities to stand up and get right. So there ain't no daddy around here that got the right to tell me to go make nothing. Now, I don't mind making daddy a sandwich when a daddy show up in my life that deserve me making a sandwich. In fact, I'll get up and make him a full course meal. I was that chick that put love, get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to make lunch and write little love notes in there and have their bath water and shower running and have their clothes all set out. Oh, I'm that chick. But I was casting my pearls before swine, so you don't get to tell me to go back and get in the kitchen and make daddy a sandwich. That part. Anything else, Harumi? Oh, awesome, Christy. I'm so glad that the confirmations worked with you. You say you miss Miss Cleo. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Pray to her, connect with her on the other side, or whatever you want to do. I'm trying to figure out why people get here in the live stream, and the only black psychic that they can think of is Miss Cleo. I ain't even mad that you call yourself being slick calling me Miss Cleo, because honestly, I know she got a bad rap towards the end, but the lady did have some gifts, so y'all can say whatever you want. James, you can email me. Anyone interested in a reading can email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com, and we can make arrangements for a reading there. It's going to be a very limited time that I'm going to be able to keep the pricing such as it is. It is going to have to go up. I went on some other readings. It was a girl that I was led to the other day, and I am so underpricing my readings. It's not even funny. You hear what I say? So I will continue to honor my initial pricing. I knew I was underpricing them to begin with as an introductory thing, but it's not going to be able to stay what it is. As it stands right now, a one question, about 15 to 20 minute reading is like $22. If you want to ask two questions, that runs about 30 to 40 minutes. That's $33. If you want to ask three areas or more, then that'll be about 45 or $55. I'm sorry. And all in, I'm not even setting a time limit for that. I pull the cards as spirit leads me to. You can cover as many questions or areas as you like, and that is currently $66. Now, I will make a schedule or what have you and put it in my about page so we don't have to keep going through that. But yeah, the days of me doing free readings are just about over. Okay, no problem. Oh, okay, Warrior. Good. I felt bad. I thought I had overlooked it because I did literally have a couple of people that sent me emails, but they never followed up. So I didn't do the readings until I heard from them. Because even if I'm doing a free reading, unless I have a definitive question that they want to look at, or for them to say it's a general and someplace to send it, it doesn't do me any good to do the reading because I don't have enough storage in my phone to just store all of these readings. And I can post them on YouTube, but it's like for right now, I have two readings that between those two readings, I've invested over 2 hours of my time to sit down and do the readings. And the people that I did them for haven't even responded. One of them ain't even sent me an email address to send her the reading to, and the other one I've emailed it to her 2 or 3 times. She hasn't watched the reading. She hasn't confirmed that she received the reading or anything. It's literally like over an hour of my time that I spent to do that reading. So from now on, unless or until I receive a link, an email request with an email address to return it to and or payment, then I just don't do them until I get clear on that. But yeah, James, if you email me, we're cool. Warrior Within Without, email me. The email is also on my about page, but it is modernmysticmessages@gmail.com, and we can sort it out. Like I say, I'll be gentle with that on the, and if you really got an issue and the payment is a problem, talk to me. Don't automatically assume you can't. We'll figure it out. Um, hey, Antoine, so good to have you in here, brother. Frankfurters, my children all but one of them tell me I was the best and they wouldn't trade me for nothing in the world. Now, of course, I got one that I had to, but guess what? In baseball, if you can manage to bat three out of four, they'll put you in the Hall of Fame. You batting 750. That's a Hall of Famer all day, so I'll take it. You don't just show, because first of all, Harumi, If you was really, really trying to be about it, you wouldn't be up here on no public forum trying to reach out to me. You'd have found a way to contact me because I'm not hiding anywhere. People can reach me on Messenger. They can reach me on Instagram. They can reach me in the comments. I'm you playing, boy, and I ain't got time for it. You hear what I say? Because I done already started out this whole conversation by telling you I do have a man. Okay. Not right now, James. I'm not reading tarot tonight. We in here for spiritual conversations or just kind of a free form. But no, I'm not reading tarot here. But I will tell you, you said the only psychic you can even name, black or white. She helped a lot of people, Frankfurter. Yeah, that's true. And honestly, I do have to say, for a while, psychics were just kind of off in the cut. They weren't the Tyler Henrys and Teresa Caputos and all of them weren't out doing their thing until, so I get it. What kind of readings do I do, Deb Seth? If someone asks me a question about what they want me to look into, then I sit down and whatever Dex spirit nudges me to select, that's what I select. I sit down and pray over my guide, ask my guides to direct me, and then I sit down and I pull the cards and do the reading. And thus far, I have not had yet not one person has ever told me, nah, this don't resonate at all. Did have one person that said it only resonated 90%, but I'll take that too. Again, that's Hall of Fame type stats, so I'll take it. Boy, bye, Harumi. Guess what? Ain't nobody caring about what you got below your waist. I'm 57 years old with 4 adult children. There's nothing you could do or say that's going to impress me. And no, I'm not doing nothing. I wish I could charge $6 a minute. Do you realize that's $360 an hour? So if you sent me, asked me, and honestly, that's the kind of ratings that a lot of these tarot readers on YouTube are getting. An all in hour plus reading is anywhere between two. I've seen some as low as about 120, but most of them are in the $200 to $350 range. So anybody to get upset when I say $66 for an all in reading, then probably tarot just ain't for them. Because I'm telling you, even the reader, when I've personally paid a reader, the lowest consultation that he had, even without cards, was like $75 just to talk to him for 15 minutes. Rob Banks, let me ask you this, Mr. Rob Banks. When was the last time you showed up at work for free 99? They ended that back in 1865, bro. You saying people only talk about money because they needed to eat, to live, to enjoy things in life. And what I'm doing here is a service to the public. I've had to go through years of personal healing, years of spiritual study, years of attuning my chakras, being attuned and Reiki and things like that, having to keep my energy in a certain space and all that to be able to allow my clairaudience to stay at a high level. I don't drink alcohol. I can't abuse drugs. This is a lifestyle for me. So it is entirely appropriate that I be compensated for the actual spiritual work that I do. You don't show up nowhere for free. Why should I? But people don't think about that because you don't value it. But there are people out here that are looking for guidance that do value what I do, especially when I read for them and they come back crying, shaking, saying that they done had so many confirmations and this and that. Because sometimes their clairaudience is there, but until it's really anchored in, sometimes it helps to have someone else give you the confirmation too, especially when you can see their light and you know that they take spirituality seriously, and they go and take a look for you and get the same thing that confirms point after point after point what your guy's been trying to show you. That's worth something to people that's really wanting some answers. Hey, our Hope, I am not a medium in the sense that I am clairaudiently linked with several of my guides, but I have chosen not to open myself up to talking to random dead people. My ancestors and guides can connect with me. I have contact, I've had contact with my hold on a second, I'm trying to get another, hold on. I have had contact with like my ancestors through the veil, But just to be out here just talking to people as a medium out in the street like Teresa Caputo and Tyler Henry and all them do, no, I don't do that, and I have no intention of doing that. Not saying it's anything wrong with it, but that's not my spiritual walk. And with the religious background that I had, discerning which ones were cool and which ones weren't, and what was good and what, no, it's just not an area of spirituality that I choose to open myself up to. You don't know, Harumi. You don't go about taking, again, I already said to you, if you were serious, this is not the place and time. But because you're continuing to try to interrupt my live stream with your foolishness, I'm not interested in going nowhere with you. And Edward Mador, believe me, I know that Yeshua loves me because he's one of my main guides, and I talk to him every day. Now, he did not die for me. He died because them raggedy behind Romans went ahead and did the dirty work for the Jews, and they chose to unalive him, but he didn't do it to buy back nothing. That was a blood ritual and curse that Christianity put on him, and I'm not buying into that. So you can take your proselytizing and go somewhere else with that if you prefer to. Hey, Tay D. You say I'm a doula? No, I'm not a doula. That you have to be certified for. I ain't delivering nobody babies. I have helped deliver one, but that was a blood relative. Well, not a blood relative, but it was a relative. So no, I'm not going there, Tay D. I can be a spiritual doula, maybe. Oh, hey, Be Blessed. How are you? Or D Blessed. I'm so sorry. Hey, procrastinator. Whatever you look. If you say so, I ain't got nothing to say with that. Harumi, first off, the fact that you call what I do nonsense, I'm really not interested now because I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this because Yeshua led me to do it. Holy Spirit has led me to do what I do. Now, I do reach a point where I choose and want to be compensated. And guess what? Within the next 3 or 4 years, you're going to look up and see me a whole bunch of places that you didn't expect. I'm just getting started right now. So the fact that you don't respect what I do and call it nonsense, not interested, bro. Not interested at all, but thank you. Hey, Shirley, how are you? Hey, Cindy. Your reflexologist is the card reader girl face. Yeah, and see, I mean, there are intuitive readers, there are clairaudient readers. I'm a spontaneous channel as well, so I do channel spirit. People have different gifts that they tap into, and there's absolutely nothing. I've seen people mention like therapists that use tarot within their therapy practice. It's making a resurgence in the 21st century, and I think that's a beautiful thing. People don't even understand the history of tarot, and I keep saying I'm gonna go into that more at some point. Hey, Cola, how are you? Hey, headlines. I am so glad you're here, sister, because guess what? I have been trying to get your reading to you. Please check your email. I sent you a couple of them. I sent the link to you, and then I sent another email to see if you had received it, and I never saw that you had been able to see it. Oh, you're able to see auras? Awesome, girl face. I love that. I wish I could see auras, but I can't. You don't have to go to school to be woke, baby. I ain't been to school for this either. The only thing that, I mean, I did pay for my Reiki certification up through level 3, because if you got somebody that has that ability to do those attunements, it's appropriate. That is an appropriate energy exchange to compensate them for that. But that's the only official schooling I've done so far. I do have a spiritual coaching certification that I'm kind of sort of working on. I need to work on it a little more so I can get that done and offer like some coaching packages and stuff. But to be honest, I'm just taking the certification because people like certifications, so I can say I have one. But most of my spiritual coaching, consultation, and all that would be from like I said, 40 plus years of hard knocks, wisdom, and personal study. What I'm doing here, what I've been led to, ain't no school nowhere in America teaching this. Not really. Because even if I went to a seminary, they're only going to teach me what the church approves, and that's not. We need to get up out of that. We're trying to dig a little deeper. You don't need to fear God, baby. That's the misleading of religion. You do not have to fear the real God, not the God that Yeshua was pointing to. You don't have to fear him. Yahweh is the one that wants your fear, honey. But we you stick around here long enough, you'll peel back from some of that. No, you don't have to deal with the paranormal. I don't mess with it either. I really don't. I mean, I guess spiritual contact is considered paranormal, but I understand. And that was one of the things that I saw when I started going into, well, I saw it way before, but it was confirmed for me when I went into the book of Enoch. All angels ain't good angels. Some of them are very much still Team Yahweh Jehovah. And that's what you would actually call demons, and you don't want to mess with them. So, yeah, you don't need to mess with that. Hey, Nilla B, what's up? What's up? Hey, Sir Adopted. You said the big blue sky is a seawater, stars are pieces of. Okay, you on some good stuff tonight, but I ain't mad at you. Yep, yep, yep. Uh, you a Satan lover? Then yeah, exactly. You can say be gone because you know I'm a disciple of the real God, and you know you worship the one that's on his way out. Save yourself, bro. Because at the end of that book, if you don't believe nothing else, even the Bible say even the demons believe and shudder. And the end of that book says that Satan, Yahweh, Jehovah, and everybody that's lined up with him will be destroyed. So you might want to save yourself. And don't be telling me to be gone because you know I am a disciple of Lord Inky. Eliza Vartanian, you said $10,000. If you want to send me that, Lord knows I could use it. I will start my spiritual business this week. Get the first inventory together and the crystal stones. I'll be having some candles and stones and bracelets and some of everything else. The inventory will be stocked for y'all within a few weeks. So you go ahead on and send it. My buy me a coffee link is right there at the end of the channel. Eliza, I know you ain't trying to send me 10,000, baby, but you had to put that there. Satan lover, you on your way out of here because we ain't got time for your brand of foolishness. How about that? We'll put you in timeout and see if you know how to act when you come back. If you come back. Yeah, girl face. I wouldn't mess with clairaudient stuff too. Hey, Louis Villanueva from South Central. Awesome, awesome. Your God hates tarot cards, David D. Mine don't. So if you don't like what's here, this right here, this will. That's all you got to do, boo. That's all you got to do. But you're not gonna come in here and create no whole bunch of foolishness. You'll get quiet or you'll get gone. Hey, Alfonso Clark, how are you? I'm so glad that you enjoyed the live. Y'all, and again, anybody, I want to say this because there is somebody that I don't know whether they'll be watching or not. They call themselves going to let me know the other day. They was upset because I don't typically, Davey D, I'm not playing. You on your way out of here. Now, that's your last warning. I had somebody that had been coming into the lives. They subscribed to the channel and they claimed they were genuinely interested in learning, but their questions were always a little bit argumentative. And we wind up in these long, drawn out, no matter what I say, they really was wrangling off into other places. And the mods just basically kept timing them out. And they actually messaged me back and was talking about how, well, I'm aggravated because it was wrong. All I was doing was trying to ask a question and I made one little typo and they turned around and they silenced me for it. I don't feel that's fair. So I unsubscribed and I won't be back. Well, you know what? I'm so sorry because obviously it wasn't just a one-time occurrence and just a simple typo, or you wouldn't have kept getting silenced. And I went back and watched one of the live streams where he first started that, and it wasn't just a simple typo. He was literally low-key challenging and arguing with me to the point that it was becoming distractive to the people here. You have to understand, the mods on this channel found me the same way everybody on this channel found me, and they believe in the message, they understand what's happening. And if anybody comes in here that is disrupting the energy and flow of what we got going on, they time them out. I haven't given them any particular guidelines of who to time out and who to allow and all that. Didn't you hear me earlier? I had to ask for them not to time out somebody that I knew was begging for it. So think about that. Your peers have decided that you're a disruptive force if you get timed out on this channel. They don't want to hear your nonsense because you're standing in the way of what we're doing here. Think about that before you get mad about being timed out on this channel, okay? Because I'm not doing it. I'm literally ain't even caught up with what's going on. I'm way behind here. Yep, absolutely, bro. 100. The Yahweh goons are here. You said she touches your feet in center places. It's always present there. Fear and reading. Honestly, girl face, if you're afraid of it, don't do it. The first time I bumped into card reading, I was raised, that's just your religious programming, that's your worship gene. I was raised with a lot of fear in a very strict religious household. I was raised by Jehovah's Witnesses. They demonize everything they can't see or touch or whatever, everything. So things like psychics and tarot readers, and the idea of everything scared the shit out of me, like for real. So if you're still afraid of it, don't touch it unless or until your spirit guides lead you to it. Don't touch it. Fact of the matter, I'm getting ready to split tarot pretty almost all the way. I may occasionally do a reading for this collective on this channel, but I'm actually in the process of cleaning up an older channel that I had that just so happened to have like about 45 subscribers to it. Rather than start a channel from scratch, I can't live stream until I get to 50 subscribers. So I got one that's sitting back with no content on it and 46 subscribers. So I'm in the process of getting my passwords together, and because it's an ancient channel, but I'm going to turn that into a tarot channel. So if you still are nervous about tarot readings, you won't even have to see them if you don't want to. I'll have the spiritual content. We'll be doing Sitchin stuff and the Apocrypha and all of that over here. And then I'll start doing more tarot on a separate channel. Then you can go there if you choose to or not. Hey, Tule, the Godwin, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Hey, Carter, welcome. I actually prefer scented garbage bags, Carter. I have no idea. Tule, I'm not going to openly pray here only because unless or until you know who I'm actually speaking to and with, it won't do you any good, because I'm not going to offend somebody. But because I don't pray to Yahweh, period. I have completely detached and divorced myself from Yahweh energy. So if you're asking for prayers to Yahweh, I'm not your girl. Okay. I'm just being honest with you. So Christy, that's not entirely true. Christy Gonzalez, you're going to set yourself up for failure. If you believe nothing has power but Yeshua, you're going to wind up being a minion of the devil, because even even Yeshua acknowledged that Yahweh and his demons do have power. So you can ignore it if you want to. You'll wind up entrapped by that. That's turning your blind eye to the reality of the fact that there is active dark and light on this planet, and both of them do have some power, will get you stuck, sister. The scriptures tell us we war not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. Why would the Bible tell you that we have a war against powers and principalities if nothing has power but Yeshua? You're blinding yourself, sister. That's all I can say. BE, you might think I'm a prophet. Maybe I will consider myself more of an oracle priestess than a prophet, because I'm not trying to give long range projections of any specific time space. I'm just speaking on what I've been shown in meditation and what I've come to understand by going through the information that Spirit has led me to. You know what? And Marxist Carney, yeah, I think it was Marxist Carney. I couldn't remember who. It was another one too that was in here with that same attitude, but they weren't really about trying to actually find nothing out. They were very disruptive. I'm not gonna again, Tule, if you really, really want that, email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com, or go to my WhatsApp group. The WhatsApp group is called Transformation, Rebirth, Ascension. I had to think about it for a second. Transformation, Rebirth, Ascension. You can join that. It is a public group. You can join that there, and we can talk as far as like video chat or audio chat. If you really, really want me to pray with you, then I'm more than happy to do that. But I need to find out where you're coming from. But there are certain things that I do not wish to open the door to on this channel because of some of the haters and trolls and absolute. You see, they got people here talking about Hail Lucifer on this channel and all that. There are some actual Satan worshipers that are on this channel trolling. I'm not opening my energy for that. So if you genuinely need me to pray with you or for you, I'm happy to do that. But I'm not going to do that in an open channel here. And I know there are plenty of folks that do. I've seen a lot of live streams that do a lot of stuff, but I'm not them. Okay, I'm serious about my stuff, and I have to go with what I've been led to do by Spirit. Again, girl face, different folks have different ideas of what uh a prophet is. Blood on the sigil, you on your way up out of here. We don't need that. We really don't need that. Thank you, Valerie Blakely. I'm trying to help enlighten folks because it has occurred to me. It's come to me. It ain't even occurred to me. Spirit has spoon fed the information to me. This is the time of awakening. The information has been literally pouring out of the grounds, out of the caves, out of the everywhere. It's being uncovered and translated for over 100 years now. But the church still has the world in grips in its lies and falsehood. And Yeshua did return energetically on this planet in the mid 1800s and has been pouring out Holy Spirit over this planet to guide folks to wake up and continue to speak his message. Yeshua's message was not running up in the churches and amen in them. He wasn't preaching to the choir. He was preaching to tell them to get the hell up out of what they was doing, because they was doing the wrong thing. That's why they unalived him. So I know some folks ain't gonna like what I have to say, but I have to keep saying it because my service is to humanity. My service is to Lord Enki and to Yeshua, but my service is for humanity. I'm not here to gain the favor of the church folk. I'm here to wake up the sleeping masses. That's what I'm here for. Eventually, I may need an editor, life lessons, but as it stands right now, I don't edit right now. I come in raw, I'm real, and whatever comes out pours out, because that's just the way it goes. In time, I may need an editor, but right now, I got to get my money together because I don't expect anybody to work for free. So when I'm ready to, definitely, if you're subscribed, when I'm ready for an editor, if I need one, I will put out the call and you can remind me or email me and I'll tuck your information away for another day when I'm ready for one. Hopefully by the end of the year I'll need one, but not right at this moment. But thank you for the offer. Hey, Ben Sultan. I hope you studying though, because I remember you talking about wanting to know how you gonna do on them exams. You better come back in here and tell me you aced them things, because you done had plenty of time. 17 days you had to study. So yeah. Chill Quest, you're extremely immature. But I'm going to answer your question anyway because I'm not ashamed of my gap. An open smile is considered a thing of beauty in some areas of the world. For you even saying that, that shows your ignorance. Every female in my family has this gap. And I've had dentists that wanted to close it, and I refused to allow them to close it because I don't have to fit a standard Euro Western mode of beauty. In much of the melanated world, an open smile is considered very beautiful. There's nothing wrong with me in my natural state. So you can take your little barbs and go wherever you like to go with them. It don't bother me in the slightest. But I thought since you had to put it in capital letters and all, you wanted to be insulting, but you just made yourself look a little stupid. But that's okay. What do you say to people that defend P. Diddy? Vibe? Nothing. You can't reason with a fool. Why would you try? If you still hanging around people that defend P. Diddy, my advice to you, Vibe, is to get you some higher vibrational friends. You don't need to be sticking around trying to defend against people that defend that kind of foolishness. Need to get the hell away from them. That's what you need to do, my love. Sorry. You need to go somewhere and cleanse and get your vibration up so that them kind of people are way up out your experience. Because I don't know not one person in my personal experience that would defend P. Diddy, period. Everybody I know that tried to defend him in the past got cut off my roster about 2 or 3 years ago before he even got locked up. That part. No, Pratik, if you having a fever, I recommend you go to a doctor. Okay. I'm not a healer like that. I probably could if we were doing distance Reiki or whatever, but I can't legally in the United States, I can't legally claim to heal anyone because I'm not a licensed physician practicing medicine in the United States. I can help you find your own way to healing, but that's not for this session, and that ain't gonna be for free. So your name is Pratik. I'm not sure where you are at, Pratik, but again, I recommend you go to a doctor or find a holistic healer in your area, and that would be the appropriate place. No, Smooth Sailor, I am not a palm reader. Price, when did you become crazy? You walk up in somebody's house, don't know what they're talking about, who they are, or what they're doing, and you just assume somebody's crazy. Not only are you rude, but you a little short on the, 3 bricks shy of a load yourself. You don't know me like that, bruh. So answer that for yourself. When did you become crazy? Because I know damn well I'm not crazy. And I won't let no low life convince me that I am. Because I paid this one. And I've done the meditation. I've done the spiritual walk. And I ain't even mad. Antoine, you ain't even had to take them off if you ain't want to. I don't care. Girl face, I get what you're saying. I kind of sort of don't, because it literally looks like you just trying to keep hogging the chat. So either put a real sentence in here, say what you're gonna say, let me address it, and then go on so I can address other people, or you're gonna be removed, because that's another low level way of spamming. Because I can't even keep up with the chat because you keep putting these little random pieces of sentences that aren't really reflecting to anything. And I don't know if you real at this point or just trolling. But if it keeps looking like trolling, you'll be removed too. Hey, Joyce Lucas. Honestly, Joyce, the reason they do that is because Yahweh went through great trouble to paint himself as the good guy and paint Enki as the bad guy. It's an absolutely Black Mirror flip. And one of the things, I think it's on Myth Vision podcast, and I believe it was something that was about a year ago. I referenced it before on one of my videos. I'm gonna try to find that video again, and I might link it in the community chat or tie it to this one. It's about a 2.5 hour documentary, so I don't know if anybody would be interested in following it all the way through, but it traced the lineage of Yahweh through all the way as far as they could. And one of the things that I found, I think somewhere around the Mycenaean age, which was about, I want to say about 900 a 900 BC, I believe, through the pantheons, there were a couple of places in there where Yahweh, it really looked like he came in like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He had been very clear as to who he was and what he was about in the Dionysus and Yahweh and Giannis days and Zeus and Odin and all of that. But there was a little couple of places in the timeline where he literally came in and absorbed what had typically been considered Inky characteristics, even though he was still on his demon time. He got such a bad rap through the ages that there were some places where he literally came in and tried to wear his brother's clothes, so to speak. Um, and as a result, and I think part of that too was the blurring of who was who, so that by the time they get down to the Jews and this Yahweh cat, and he switches over and becomes Jehovah, it's he was literally trying to push out all the other Anunnaki or all the other Elohim and claim singular worship for himself. Marduk was doing it too, but there are some that say that Marduk actually died, which we don't have no way of proving that or knowing that, but it is said that he's actually buried, I think, in one of the Incan areas or something. But Yahweh never stopped pushing for that exclusive worship on earth, even though it wasn't to mankind's benefit. Once he realized he was well and truly trapped here, he was on a power grab for real. So that's one of the reasons why Enki has been demonized wrongly throughout time. Hey, Angela Burnley, how are you? Smooth Sailor, that's up to you. You have to use your intuition and what you feel and know and understand. First off, I took spirituality super, super seriously because of my religious background. And when I stepped away from it, I was very, very cautious about how and who I connected with and things like that. And I'm still super leery of like spell work and anything that remotely feels off or demonic to me. I will not mess with it. I'm even careful about what I watch, the music I listen to, all of that now, because I know I am sensitive to energy. I've always been like careful about what I watched on television and stuff, because I knew that that is a portal into the mind and can open the way to demonic connection. But I don't know how to tell you how you gonna say that the spirits aren't misleading you. But first and foremost, I look to Yeshua for everything. And when I became clairaudiently linked and understood that I was having clairaudient communication with Yeshua, and he gave me multiple signs, it ain't no just one and done conversation. I'd have had everything from 3 Nande parakeets that came out to visit me, the 3 wise men, and they came in. At the time, it was in Florida. The Nande parakeet ain't even native to Florida, but 3 of them showed up. They do show up occasionally down south, but they were a little north from where I was at. But I saw them. I was born and raised in Florida and never saw a Nande parakeet until I got to this point in my initiation, and they showed up, danced a jig, visited me for about 15 minutes one day, right on the other side of a profound conversation that I had with Yeshua. I literally, and in fact, if I remember, I will post it. I had a congregation, and they are called a congregation of over 100 ibis walk down the sidewalk, mill around me for about 10, 15 minutes, walk to the other side of the street, and then walk back down to the other half of the block before they flew away again, right on the other side of a profound spiritual conversation, if you will, with my guides. So, like you said, with discernment, with physical signs, with signs I've reached in meditation, I have been confirmed, convinced, and convicted so much in the spirit that I refuse to. It would be silly at this point for me to continue denying it. And regardless of what detractors try to come in and talk crap to me, I know what I know based on what spirit done shown me. So, oh, likewise, Joyce, I put a very powerful intention to draw in soul family, like-minded soul tribes. So it is my honor to have connected with you as well on this channel. Hey, earthy earthling, welcome. Hey, Takiyan, how are you? Welcome. Hey, Idris, welcome. Yep, I do get it, girl face. Bye. Hey, Harriet Reynolds, welcome, welcome. Hey, Lamborghini White, ain't seen you in here in a hot little minute too. Welcome. Awesome. And Levi Israel, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Seem to be all caught up now. Good. Hey, Brittany, I don't know how I missed you, mama. Yay. Awesome. I got to the end of the reading though, so I mean, hey, if they come up here, I ain't even mad. Y'all, I feel like, again, and it's, I miss y'all when I don't come in. So I really, you said what Juan? Nothing, ain't nothing. I'm trying to get, like I said, I did get caught up mostly on the personal readings. I've had a couple more that came in under the radar, but I'm back where I'm not feeling overwhelmed by the amount of reading stacking up. So that's cool there. I'm trying to get myself together so that I can start live streaming. I'm also trying in the process of creating a tarot centric channel so that I can, it feels a little messy here, and my tarot has been falling to the wayside, kind of getting lost in the sauce. Everything's kind of falling. So I got to get a better organized so that I can stay up on the book stuff that we're doing here, the spiritual info, as well as open up more, because I've had several people that requested that I start doing like all signs readings and love readings and things like that. So yeah, there will be a second channel hopefully by the end of the week. But that's pretty much what I'm up to, is trying to get myself situated, organized, and all of that. I do have to work on the possibility. I'm going to try to open up some um, like coaching or consultation packages for those who are interested in that. If if that's something that is interested, as well as getting some firmer pricing down for different types of readings and things. So yeah, I'm just working on that kind of stuff. Oh, thank you. What y'all got going on? I feel like I'm slacking because I said I was going to get into the 12th planet, and then I got sidetracked by the book of Enoch. But I do think it's important for me to do that. Unfortunately, today was like grocery day. Yesterday, I was feeling kind of but I had some laundry and stuff to do and just got caught up in that. And then today was my grocery day. Like I said, I cook for my roommate and stuff. And by the time I finished chopping and putting away and cooking and all that other good stuff, it was like, it gets to be a lot. Terrifier, you actually got the nerve to show up someplace making racist statements. Y'all don't have to delete him, because I'm gonna go ahead on and respond to anybody stupid enough to come up in a live stream and talk about that foolishness. Again, I wasn't a part of any rioting and all the rest of that, and no one deserved to go out like that, but he was not innocent either. And I'm woman enough and human enough to acknowledge that. No, he did not deserve that, but he was not innocent either. But yeah, no. Do you deserve to have somebody kneel with their knee in your throat for 8 minutes till you die? Actually being a racist is a crime, and it's a sign of low intelligence. Anybody No, we are not all racist. You're just limited in your intelligence, bro. I'm not a racist. Now, I do understand that the programming has led some of us to some foolishness, but yeah, no. Now y'all can get this clown up off of here, because everyone has a purpose and he got just as much purpose as you do. You still talking about that mess how many years later? So you're more useless than he was. Don't be an ass wipe just because you know how. I'm sorry. We're going to get that energy woo-saw, because that's ignorant as hell. No one deserves to be treated like that. And it is exactly talking about everybody racist. No, everybody ain't. The folks that follow Yahweh are racist, most of them. But it's still a crime because we're all the same. Hey, Dylan Jordan, how are you? Hey, Dr. Shiroz, how are you? Some things should be ignored, but by the same turn, I do want him to know and acknowledge before he got off of here, and anybody else that's watching it, because people are constantly scrolling on here. There's 28 showing in the room, but by the time we finish this live stream, there'll be 2,000 or 3,000 people of eyes, sets of eyes, that will have touched this, and I will not uphold that kind of foolishness. So I do have to speak on it a little bit, and then he's gone. Exactly. And that's the thing people don't understand. Anybody that's so busy, this is 3 millimeters thick. Okay. And number one, every human being on this planet came off of the African continent from a common source. So whatever shade we have now is completely immaterial. We're still all related to some greater or lesser degrees, depending on where we fell out in the Anunnaki, Pleiadian, whatever it is, breeding programs. Okay. But because of that, we should also realize carrying the seeds of something as low energy and low intelligence as racism shows that we're pretty low on the Anunnaki breeding program scale. We literally are more akin to the Ajiji and some of those lower beings that did not really actually have any intelligence. You can't truly be spiritual and be racist. You can't. I don't care what the preachers and all of them fools is teaching, all of that mess, and the KKK and all of that, the Catholic, all of it. Anybody that's promoting racism is not of God. I don't give a damn what they say. Not Yeshua's God anyway. That go for the Muslims, the Jews, the Christians, the all of them. If they're promoting racism, they are not of the true God. Period. Dot. Good, Dylan. Good. Everybody. Exactly. So, and white people that have that racist bent, if they only understood the only reason that they're white is because they sequestered off to themselves and inbred amongst themselves long enough that all of their recessive traits became dominant traits. That's all it is. They bred themselves into that. But it's not that they were created separate and above. They were just separatist until they became a true minority. Because they talk about the fact that, in America, I'm considered a minority, but they just changed the meaning of what minority means. And yes, melanated people overall in America might be a numerical minority, but on the planet, when you look at European, Caucasian, those who classify themselves as Caucasian versus the rest of the melanated planet, who's the minority? Islam prohibits racism strictly, but then turn around and kill people on the basis of religion or sex. So don't feel like Islam gets a pass on that, Dr. Shiroz. Sorry, they don't. Anybody that can set a woman on fire just for being a woman, they can go to hell in my book. Allah is a demon. He traces back to El, who traces back to Yahweh. It's still the same monster. Hey, Ronald Simmons, how are you? Exactly, Brittany. You cannot be spiritual and racist. You can't. And here's the thing, there's so many reasons that people act such asses on this planet these days. If you just want to dislike somebody, dislike them because they're a jerk. Why would you dislike them because of the color of their skin? You like different color flowers. You like different color animals. We like different color. We love variety. Look how many different everything we got. Ice cream flavors, coffee shops, all kinds. We literally our whole world runs on variety. So why in the world would you want to think that you could just narrow down the planet to one set of features and skin colors and hair textures? And it's just silly. It's very silly. Yeah, they honestly they have created so much diversion and subterfuge and outright fakery and fakery and fuckery. It really is to keep people in ignorance and bound. Like I was listening to somebody today, and they was talking about the fact that we they don't people don't realize that the whole world that we're more enslaved now than we've ever been, especially with the economy. They've jacked things up so that most of the people in the so-called Western or civilized world go to work all day and give a minimum of a third of their life to just basic survival and turning around and making the wealthy on this planet ever wealthier, chasing after money that ain't even tied to nothing real. It's just paper. And it ain't even paper for the most part anymore. They keep printing more, but it's not backed by a gold standard. Most of it's digital currency at this point, and we still have to get up every day and devote more than a third of our lives so that we can put a roof over our head and some food in our mouths and clothes on our backs. And if we're fortunate or call ourselves having a particularly good job, we might be able to get a decent house and a car and be able to take a vacation if and when the boss let us go. That's slavery, y'all. I'm not saying that money is evil, bro. 100. I'm saying the way the whole paradigm has gotten out of hand is literally a velvet prison, and we have no idea. We don't really see it. We're all enslaved because we've converted from working for real wealth to slaving away for money that ain't even real anymore. What did Musk got? What, several $100 billion? Even $2 or $3 billion would take somebody 1,000 years to spend, and yet they've got hundreds of billions of dollars. Between a small handful of people on this planet have hundreds of billions of dollars, and yet there will be at least 100,000 people on this planet every single day that will not wake up in the morning due to hunger. There's something wrong with that program, don't you think? Considering there's not any countries that I'm aware of that's still on the gold standard in this country. I mean, in this planet. It's all fake money, and yet they still allow people to starve to death over fake money. And we still have to go in and work in these huge corporate environments and all of that just to eke out enough to eat and keep a roof over our heads. When is that? How is that not slavery? I saw a meme the other day, and they were pointing out, like, during feudal times, an indentured servant would really only be obligated to work for their master for about 140 days out of the year, and the rest of the year they could chill as an indentured servant. But as a so-called free person, most of us have to work 50 weeks out of the year to get a 2-week vacation. Think about that. Yeah, exactly. Lamborghini, right? White, you right. You're absolutely correct. And again, I don't claim to have all of the answers either, Dylan, but I'm just saying the whole system has come up to a bunch of bullshit at this point, and people can really see it, and they're literally driving humanity to the brink of extinction, because it will not be sustainable for another 5 generations of this if it continues in its current trajectory. The greed of the very few is literally destroying the rest. And they still think it's a good thing. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Gates, 15 years before the pandemic, stood up on a TED talk and talked about the way to thin out this population of the planet was to create a pandemic. And what the pandemic didn't take care of, selective vaccination would. He said it. I saw it out of my own two little eyes. It's probably been taken down off the internet since then, but I watched that in 2020 while the pandemic was going on. He actually had the cojones to say that 15 years before he actually convinced them to do it. Because since when do a computer programmer turn the neck of the World Health Organization? But he did. The reason they rushed all of them vaccines out the way they did was at his insistence. They had the whole world on lockdown for over a year. And they tried to sit there and tell us that, oh, don't worry, it won't affect mortality, it won't affect fertility, it won't affect any of that. There are several countries right now that have been tracking the stats, and since all of that happened, the rates of fertility or infertility amongst vaccinated people has risen significantly. My son and daughter-in-law, otherwise very young, very healthy people, but because my son is in the military, they had to take a mandatory jab, and now they're struggling with fertility issues, going through IVF. Literally just recently lost one of their IVF attempts that had taken hold, but they couldn't carry it to term. And they were both otherwise healthy as a horse before all of that happened. The only thing they can look at that was causing a problem with their fertility is that thing. But Agenda 21 been literally on the books. They didn't talk about it, but it's been on the books for 40 years that they were trying to lower the population of the planet. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that. You say you saw that with another content creator, Yay Way My Way? Yeah. But they still trying to claim that it didn't affect fertility at all. Anything that could have people falling out from myopericarditis and all of that stuff within a week or two, and all of the young kids, athletes, everybody else, yeah, whatever. They can sit there and they're going to deny, because they don't want to admit. If they admit the truth, they will have admit that they have perpetrated the hugest crime against humanity that the planet's ever seen. Trust me, Lamborghini White, I begged too, but again, my son was stationed overseas during the time, and we didn't have the financial means for them to come out of the military and come get set up in the U.S. During that and all the rest of that. He went ahead before he even said anything to me. I didn't find out he took it because I was telling everybody I know, please don't. And my other 3 children didn't take it, but he didn't have a choice. And he only had 1 round. Thankfully, the military only forced 1 round, but apparently it was enough because they've been trying to conceive and are having a hell of a time. Corey Woodrow, I'm not sure who you talking to or what you talking about, but whatever. You're entitled to your opinion and we're entitled to ours. If you don't like the conversation here, you're more than welcome to keep on scrolling. That's all you got to do, bro. Yeah, I didn't either. It's not a coincidence, Brittany, but like I said, they're going to continue to deny. They still pushing. I saw some content creator the other day, and I was looking to see excuse me, when she uploaded the videos, but she had done a series of short reels talking about having gotten a vaccine recently. And I'm like, you out your mind? They still getting it. But oh well, that's them. Anybody that want it, go right ahead. They'd have proved that Fauci was lying. They say he should. There was some folks that are of the opinion that he probably should have been incarcerated for what he did and said and sat there and lied about. Now again, I stopped following all of that. Honestly, I have very little opinions about, well, if you could prove it, but they're not going to prove it, and I get that part. They did the same thing with the AIDS so-called epidemic. I believe in watching numbers, okay? And when I saw what they did with the AIDS epidemic, HIV, I knew they was on some ish then. The numbers for the so-called mortality rate have remained exactly the same in the United States since 1983, but yet they kept skyrocketing, getting skewed and all of that in Africa. A real epidemic doesn't just choose to jump continents like that and discriminate based on nationality. I knew somebody was cooking the numbers with that. And then when the pandemic started, I went to worldometers.net, and I was watching the CDC website and Worldometer. And the thing that I noticed, at no point ever, and at one point I was watching it daily, at no point ever did the mortality rate cross 2%. Ever. That's not a real pandemic. And the vast majority of people, like I said, the mortality rate was less percentage wise than the average numbers for the flu each year. Those who had to take it, I believe they can. My concern, even when they first did it, I was concerned about the effect that it would. And I said that. I didn't say it openly because I didn't have a channel at the time, but my concern was about potential fertility for people that were still of childbearing age into the future years. Even those who do not succumb to actual COVID or the myopericarditis and all the rest of that. Anything that can mess with your RNA can mess with your DNA. And when they turned around and put nanotechnology after only an 8-month trial, you saw what happened in the U.S. with the polio vaccine in the 40s, and that was after what, 2 years of testing. And they literally, from the beginning of this thing up until they started rolling out those things, 8 months went by. And no, 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 no. Yeah. But yeah, I would highly recommend anybody that did have to take it to do some serious detoxing. And even at that, though, it's kind of scary, because what'll happen if you do long-term fasting? Is it going to make something become under? I don't even know how to tell somebody to go about that. But yeah, I would be trying to if I had taken it. Fortunately, I didn't. I've had COVID like 3 times, but wait a minute, yeah, 3 times, but I'd never had the vaccine. So first time I had it, I didn't even know, because it was ahead. I had it before it rolled out as a worldwide issue. It was in what, April of 2020 that it became that the world shut down. And in December of 2019, I picked it up from a girl at work, and I didn't know what it was. I went to work. She had been sniffling and hacking and whatever, and she went and got some face masks. But then we were in a call center, so she would half keep it on, and sometimes it would bother her, and whatever she was doing. And I was in the like the cubicle right next to hers or across from her, and it wasn't like a full wall. You could still kind of see over her. And yeah, I went to work one day, and and I was working a part-time job in the evenings, so I get to work like 1 or 2 o'clock. By about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, I started feeling really crappy. I could tell that my temperature was beginning to spike. And by the time I got home at about 8 o'clock that night, I was at 101. By the time 9:30 rolled around that evening, I was at 104. And I didn't have the means to go to the hospital. And I'm a real natural person anyway. And I cooked up a concoction, and I wouldn't recommend it to anybody, but I genuinely, and I did something. It's weird because what I did would be considered counterintuitive, but I guess I was just following what spirit guided me to do, and it worked. But I wound up getting in a tub of water as hot as I could stand it. And I laid in there, refreshed it and refreshed it. I laid in that hot water for about 2 or 3 hours until I really, because I was afraid if I went to sleep, I wouldn't wake up. But I created a concoction of some different things, and I ain't even gonna tell you here on this live stream what all I cooked up as far as, but part of what I did involved upping my terpene load in my system and created like a toddy mixture. There was some alcohol involved and several things like that, but I did that and then went and flushed in that tub, and I felt horrible. But by the time 1 o'clock rolled around, my fever broke. It was back down to like it started dropping. It was down to 101 by about 1:30 in the morning, and by morning it was down to 99. Oh yeah, Niana, how are you, my love? Again, and that was the thing. I didn't realize, Brittany, that I had it until I got it the second time. Like I say, the first time I got it, I didn't know what it was. It came on so fast, and I recognized it again because with me, I got the chills so bad and for so long till it made my skin hurt to the touch. It was painful, the chills that I got. And I didn't lose my taste completely, but it was kind of off. Um, but then when I did actually catch it I left Atlanta, went back to Sarasota, and my daughter and her girl were considered essential workers because they worked at Walgreens at the time, and they picked it up and then came home, and I wound up with it. We was all three of us was in the house with it, and like you said, when I got the chills and stuff again, and that second time I did completely lose my sense of taste for a couple weeks. And yeah, that's how I knew that I'd had it before. Because like I said, I didn't go to the doctor or the hospital for any of the rounds of it that I had, but we had to go and get the little testing thing done in the public testing centers in April or May, and that's how I knew that I had contracted it again. Zoot, no, yeah, you can, if you wish to have a personal reading, you can email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. The link, my email address is listed on the about page on the channel, and you can arrange for a private reading if you'd like. But I'm not reading tarot right here, and I'm not doing any on the fly predictions while we're in the middle of a conversation. It's someplace completely different. I would have to tap into your energy, and I'm not taking the time to do that here. Because if I did it for you, I'd have to do it for the other 3 or 4 people that popped in here wanting to ask that on the fly, and I can't. Hey, Jay McD, what do the orbs mean? Spirit is around. Whether you want to see that as extraterrestrials or angelic beings, Anunnaki, whatever that means to you, orbs do indicate some kind of spiritual presence. Main way that you tap into energy is clear your energy field, clear your chakras, meditate, clear your physical body, which usually will, the more you, over time, spirit will lead you to start changing the way you eat and all of that. And I mean, that's something I still struggle with, but I've kind of sort of always been tapped in, even from a child. Religion sort of tamped it down in me for a while, but once I stepped away from some of that, it started opening up again, and I made a conscious effort and just really I consistently started meditating in the end of 2016. And in doing that, by 2017, I knew that I was undergoing some kind of a transformation. And by 2018, I understood that spirit was leading me on the path of the initiate, but I didn't quite understand what that meant. And by 2020, oh, I was in the thick of it by the end. So it's a process. My awakening and ascension, or whatever you want to call it, has literally been like a 15-year process, though, for me. You said you were visited by blue orbs. Wow, I'm surprised you didn't see the beings, but then that may be how you perceive them too. Yeah, meditation is amazing, Zoot. I think most people that think that it's not going to do anything for them just give up too soon because they expect to have some fantabulous experience every single time, and every single time is not going to be earth shattering until you understand how you connect with spirit. I don't see apparitions. I don't always get taken off to some fabulous heavenly realm. I'm not always up in the astral realm and all and whatnot. It's just, but you still have to continue to do it. What happens to us when we die? Energy is transferred, cool guy. It's never lost, it's transferred. So there is enough indication, in my opinion, from the thousands and thousands of near death experiencers out there that we do transfer energy into perhaps another dimension, or what we would consider a realm. It's like stepping out of one vehicle into another. It's just that once we leave the physical avatar, we're not physically embodied unless or until we choose to come back into this 3D reality and reincarnate in a physical avatar again. Bro, 100, that could be. You never know. If that's the case, I got a couple of birthmarks. I guess I got taken out by being stabbed in the gut one time and maybe shot in the hip another. I don't know. Well, actually, I've got one of them is on me is actually a little white dot that they say is supposed to be like a marking of a star seed. That's not a trauma mark of how we died in a past life. It's actually a mark of a star seed. And I don't have any other uh, vitiligo patches, if you will, anywhere on my body, but I was born with one that was on my hip, and it's been consistent with me my whole life. And then, like I say, I do have one other birthmark that's right kind of in, it's kind of high actually, where my actual stomach would be. You were walking on the beach and fell out of your body? I don't know how you do that, dear, but okay. The blue beings might be showing, getting ready to make themselves fully seen to you. I don't know, because I every now and then I'll catch an orb. I might see it whiz by when I'm doing a reading or something, or I'll see like out of the side of my eye. But mostly, what I've seen hasn't been what I would necessarily call orbs, except, well, I did have an experience one time, but I also realized that I was seeing a timeline shift because it was a bunch of little tiny silver. They weren't big enough for me to actually call them orbs, but they were little small silver dots, and they were kind of in that space. But I wasn't dizzy, I wasn't lightheaded or anything else. It was just, yeah. Yeah, way, my way. A lot of folks do, especially if you are what they would be considered a melanated being. My children were born with, well, two of them had a lot of what they call them Mongolian patches here in the U.S. And one of my children, my firstborn daughter, she had so many of them. She had Angel's Kiss and Stork Bite. Stork Bite is at the nape of the neck, and Angel's Kiss is up around the head. And she had like a big one on her arm and some on her back. It was so pronounced that I actually requested, I had a doctor um, document them at birth because I knew that eventually it was going to be a problem. And every time I took her to a pediatrician that wasn't familiar with her, they would be asking me about them and why I'm trying to tell them what they are. I could see them surreptitiously trying to tap them to see if they were sore, because they was getting ready to call CPS on me because they literally looked like her back was all bruised up, and they weren't. It was just, and they faded eventually. Yeah. Niana, are you in a different? Did you come in under a different profile? Because there's two Nianas in here. One is showing as a moderator, and then one isn't. Is that the same person or a different person? I meant to ask the other day. Yeah, it's super common, especially like I said amongst melanated people. Super common. I'm not sure why that happens, but hey, honestly, with all of the environmental pollution and food pollution and everything else that we have in the 20th and 21st century, nothing surprises me. I hate to sound jaded, but considering the things that I have read and seen and am aware of since the Industrial Revolution, I'm amazed that we have as many healthy births as we do. Niana, in okay, it looks like the same emblem. So I see you just switching profiles. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing somebody. So, um, I have one on my stomach that looks kind of like a strawberry. It could either be considered a strawberry or the African continent, one of the two, but it's real small. So I grew up being told it looked like a strawberry. In white kids, they usually look like, okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure it was the same, Niana. Um, in Caucasian children, they tend to look like a strawberry patches, or even like, and actually, in Caucasian children, the same thing that causes Mongolian patches in melanated children is kind of what causes port wine stain in Caucasian children. But port wine stain is a more advanced form, and it can actually indicate sometimes in advanced cases of port wine stain, there is an actual spilling over to the damage to the internal organs from whatever causes that discoloration. But it does show up, it tends to show up more pronounced in Caucasian children, and in some, it doesn't leave. It's there for life in severe cases. Yeah, you, Brittany, yeah. Kwame, I recommend you remove that question before you get kicked out of here. If you intend to be in this live stream, you're going to have to keep it respectful. We don't play them games here. That's extremely immature, brother. That is not what we're here for. Y'all don't have to remove him right now. Give him a chance to correct himself. Yeah, most of them do fade. What I'm saying, when they don't fade, usually the ones that don't fade and are super pronounced, that they are identified as port wine stain, that's typically in Caucasian children, and you'll see them like a veil across the face. I went to school with a boy that had it really bad, and they tend to monitor those children to see if there is damage to the internal organs. Because the same way melanated people tend to keloid when they get scars, it will turn around and cause damage to their internal organs, kind of the same way. Thank you, Kwame. But again, we will keep the questions respectful. I'm glad that you find me attractive, but there's a time and place for that. If you want to entertain the raunch, there are plenty of more women that are way more attractive than me on YouTube that you can go and flirt your ass off with, and they'll kiki and show you cleavage and everything else that's just not here. Okay, it's just not here. Yeah. And the doctors probably, Brittany, the doctors watched to make sure that it wasn't going to get any worse too, didn't they? Because it can be potentially severe cases of it can be potentially life threatening in children. And like I said, I'm not saying that it can't ever happen in melanated children, but the vast majority of severe cases of port wine stain are in Caucasian children. Bro 100, no, he tried to switch up, but he got timed out anyway. Hopefully he'll come back and know how to act right when he get back. They don't understand. And I get it, because the YouTube environment kind of is conducive to that. So many of these people, especially the ones that have their super thanks and super chats and stuff, they especially among women, I see them do a lot of kind of raunchy skanky things to get contributions on their channel, and I'm way too old for that anyway. I wasn't that person when I was younger. Now, I ain't gonna lie and tell you I ain't never used my womanly wiles. I was a cocktail waitress, and I knew how to work them tig old biddies and all of that when I was younger. But like I said, at 57, it would just be so cringy for me to get up here as a tarot reader and be trying to show my boobs and do, flirting with people and being all inappropriate. I can't do all of that. Exactly. I'll be a spiritual doula. Honestly, Brittany, not, oh, baby, I can't tell you what to do, but this is the one thing that I think people will probably find me a little weird about. I don't necessarily agree with the extent that vaccinations have taken a turn to, but I also do not agree with not vaccinating children at all. And I'm going to tell you why. Number one, when you choose not to vaccinate your children at all, you leave them extremely vulnerable to a few very harsh strains of diseases that if they get them, it almost will guaranteed take them completely out of the game. Completely. So the people that advocate for not vaccinating children, oh, they're getting too many of this and it could. Vaccines don't cause autism. If your children are autistic, vaccines might trigger some expression of symptoms to might make the evidence of it more pronounced, but the children are born autistic anyway. The second reason I don't agree with not vaccinating, because you're taking their choices. They won't be able to travel nowhere ever, because they will run a serious risk of dropping dead from something as adults when they get ready to leave and go to other countries. They won't be able to go anywhere because their parents chose to not vaccinate them from diseases that are very much prevalent around the world still. They will literally have their wings clipped and be forced to stay in one spot their entire lives. And I don't feel like that's fair for parents to do that to their children. All kinds of them: polio, yellow fever, there's measles, chicken pox. In a vaccinated child, chicken pox is not a big deal. In a grown man that's not vaccinated and has never had chicken pox, it really is a life-threatening issue. That's just two or three that still happen right here in the United States. But there's all kinds of stuff that's not a myth, honey. It's really not. Okay. Again, I'm not saying it to you because I get it. People that are dead set against not doing that have thought of all the reasons that they didn't want to, but ask the adult people that are having issues with it now as adults. There's a lot of things that parents do to their children. They make choices for their children that their children would not necessarily. Anyway, okay. There again, whether you have a PhD in vaccines or not, there are certain vaccines that if you don't have them, you ain't gonna be able to travel nowhere on this planet. Now you can argue that all you want. I know for a fact, because even still, I can claim I don't want to get vaccinated all I want. If I don't get a yellow fever vaccine, I can't set foot on the African continent unless or until I do. So that's just, yeah. Again, I understand. I read all of the arguments for it, Brittany, but again, clipping a child's wings because we chose to buy into some propaganda, or worse yet, and God bless, I hope you never have it to deal with. But there are some folks out there, and you can try to act like you don't know they exist, but there are some parents out there that chose not to vaccinate and had to put their children in the ground early because they got a disease that normally would not have been a big deal, but it took them off this planet. I'm not fussing at you. You can advocate for it all you want, but when you put that in the chat, I did speak on it because there are some folks that may not understand one way or the other, and I'm speaking for the reasons why. Because I'm grandmama age too. I had 4 children too, and I had to stop and think about it too. And I used to feel I tried to convince my daughter-in-law not to vaccinate my grandbaby when they came along because they upped the schedule and all the rest of that. But when I really got to thinking about it, how freaking selfish would it be to fix it so that no matter what happened, this child is stuck on the American continent, is stuck in the US for the rest of his life because his parents chose not to do the things it would take him to do to be able to have a full and complete life. Or if he decided as an adult that he wanted to join the military or do whatever he wanted to do, then he'd have to go and have all of those vaccines at one time as an adult, which really could take him out the game if he managed to get that far without them. If he wanted to leave the country, he's going to have to turn around and take the whole series anyway. So Antoine, don't even try to tell her no more because she's got all the answers and all of that. Again, like I said, ultimately, I'm not trying to convince you at all, Brittany. I was trying to talk to other people because people that are convinced that that's the way to go do that, and it's all good unless or until they have a problem with it. Then they'll understand that they didn't quite have as many answers as they thought they had, but it's all good. Now, I didn't say nobody need to go and get a COVID vaccine, Scooter Bob. I'm not getting that vaccine. And again, I said in general, I don't advocate a lot of the extra vaccines. When my children came along, they had about 16 vaccines in the schedule, and I think they're up to 36 now. So I'm not saying that I agree with the crazy amount of stuff that they're giving, and there's certain things if it's not absolutely necessary, I wouldn't. But I do understand that there are cases of people that did not get vaccinated, even in this country, and they get simple things that normally would not have been an issue, and it take them up off the planet decades before they were anticipated to leave here. Brittany says she done did all her research and she could have a PhD and all the rest of that stuff, but yeah, okay. Scooter Bob, I have grown up, and you came up and said, get your vaccine. Anybody advocating anybody to get a COVID vaccine haven't done their research and hasn't grown up and is a little bit stuck on silly because they literally fallen out the woodwork with all kind of research saying that that was not the way to go. And the people that got it, we started the conversation tonight with that. The people that got it aren't faring so well. So, I'm not careless and selfish, Scooter Bob, because here's the thing with COVID, again, like I said earlier, I sat it every day through the pandemic and watched the stats from the World Health Organization, from the CDC, and from worldometer.info or .net, whatever it is, and the numbers did not support what they were doing. I'm not crazy. And I don't have a medical degree, but I have enough of a medical background to know what I was looking at. I even sat after a while, about 9 months into that thing, I sat and went back and tracked when they were still barring travel or barring they weren't allowing travel from certain African countries into the United States. And I went and looked at the countries that were under travel ban, and they were banning countries that literally had less than 3,000 deaths, 5,000, or less than 3 or 4,000 cases, period, and even fewer actual deaths from it. And they were still banning them. That was more of a political move than an actual danger. They allowed travel to and from South Africa and Nigeria and places like that opened up, and they had the highest concentrations on the continent of incidences of it because they were international travel hubs, but they would allow that. But little teeny tiny countries, some of them had such small numbers, it was ridiculous. But yet they were still trying to push vaccines in those areas, even though some of them countries had less than 100 deaths from it, and they were still pushing it. So you're saying being careless and selfish, it would be careless and selfish for me to run the risk of taking myself off this planet early just to satisfy a political agenda and opinion. Like I said, I was one of the ones that saw Gates 15 years before they did that talk about that was the way to thin out the population of the planet. That was not done because it was medically necessary. It was a way to see if they could mobilize martial law without actually mobilizing troops and weapons. They wanted to see how much of a sheeple we really are. And they did it. No, following the experts will follow you lost. Because guess what? That's the reason why we believe that milk it does a body good. That's the reason the experts, so called, is the reason why we believe fluoride is a good thing to have in our system. It's the reason why people were eating so carb heavy for decades. It's the reason why we have so much obesity and diabetes in this country and all over the world, in countries that are following the way that we eat and eating the crap that we eat. Following the experts will get you lost, Scooter Bob. You can get up out of here with that. You really can. Thank you. I don't even know how we got on these subjects because this ain't the spiritual conversation I was planning on. I mean, we can talk about anything, but I really had better things to talk about than that because folks that are for it are going to be for it. Folks that are against it are going to be against it. And I promise you, ain't nothing, nobody, Brittany, again, no offense, love. I love you to death. There's nothing you're going to put in this chat that's going to convince me that children should not have that right taken away from them by their parents. Sorry, you just can't. And I'm grateful that my children don't have to put up with the crazy vaccine schedule that they have now. I'm glad I had my children when I did, and I hope and pray. But my grandchildren have been vaccinated, and I don't have a problem with that. Because honestly, them freak accident cases, I would not. Here's the thing: if a child is vaccinated and starts displaying symptoms of autism, that's one thing. But if a child is not vaccinated and winds up dying from a childhood disease that could have easily been prevented, it's hard for a parent to reconcile that. You're comfortable with your choice, and that's wonderful. But I can't preach that to nobody because you won't ever be able to console those parents if their children, something happens to their children and they knew all they had to do was comply with the law. There's a reason why they chose to start vaccinating as opposed to not. Yes, both positions have risk, but overall, think about where we would be in the stream of things if we didn't have them. We would still literally be dying from simple diseases that we could have easily been prevented. And honestly, and again, I hear what you're saying, but Antoine is making good points and you're making good points, but it's going to become a political issue. So we probably just need to agree to disagree and get on a different subject because nobody's going to be able to convince you, right? And that's fair because that's what you chose for your children. And just like that, nobody's going to be able to convince me that people shouldn't do that either because I do understand, even though they don't have all the answers and don't have it perfect, that overall vaccines have done some benefit. I can't deny that. Again, we don't have to go back that far. The polio outbreak, yeah, the vaccine that they came up with was faulty. They should not have tried to rush it. But the reason they rushed it to the market was because polio was killing people. And that was right before I was born here in this country. So we get the benefit of that and we sit back and be all comfortable because we were past that and we feel like it couldn't happen. But part of the reason we have that comfortable stance is because of vaccines. If it weren't for vaccines, polio would have probably took out a third of this country. Now, do they need to do more careful research before they just put them out to market? Yes, because it typically takes about 4 to 6 years of research to get any medication or vaccine to market. And they still wind up with a quote unquote acceptable loss level. They know there's going to be some casualties from it. But that was the reason I was so adamantly against the COVID vaccine because it went to market within 8 months of the outbreak. That was not enough time for them to find out what they were doing, what it was going to do, especially since they were introducing nanotechnology into the body for the first time in recorded history. They had no idea what that was going to do. And it was something that was specifically designed to attach to the RNA in our bodies. Say what? Yeah, that was a little foolish, especially on such a rush level. But you said, how about those dowsing rods? Honestly, I don't mess with dowsing rods, but basically it's kind of like taping or tapping or any kind of intuitive thing. They just it works with intuition. What about my mouth? Whatever. What about yours? We all got one. You don't have to like it, but it works. I look. Y'all can talk about my mouth all you want to. I'm finally comfortable in my own skin. I don't have an issue with the way I look, bro. So if you got a problem with it, scroll. The earlier versions, yeah, it left a mark on people's soldiers on shoulders. Exactly. We're gonna agree to disagree and keep it pushing. Hey Todd. Hey Derek. Yeah, pendulums and dowsing rods. I mean, with dowsing rods, it may have some more to do with like magnetic fields and stuff. Again, I've never used them. I've seen them used, but with me, I'd be worried that I wasn't holding my hand still enough to really get a for real. No, but again, part of that is with the intuition thing as well. I just I've never used stuff like that. I don't really even use pendulums, so but I'm not knocking it. Different people connect with spirit in different ways. Different people I use tarot cards. That is a divination tool. Dowsing rods and pendulums are a divination tool. Some people can read tea leaves. Some people can read ink and water. Some people read ink blots. There's different ways. Who am I to say what works for them or doesn't? It's just a system that I don't use. So I'm not saying it's good or bad or different. Different strokes for different folks, you know? Hey, Sharnita, how are you? Hey to you. So, what's good? What's the next subject? Let's make it a good one now. You said she uses those rods, but she said all white people are suffering and will continue because of slavery and worships Yahweh. You liked her until then, yeah. Well, Brittany, if it'll help you feel any better about it, part of the reason they say that, and because along my spiritual journey, as it were, I've heard vestiges of that and understand where it comes from. It comes from primarily when Constantine, I'm not going to say Constantine, I shouldn't say that because I don't know for sure if it was Constantine, but when the Roman Empire wanted to take over and they came into Africa, they blinded the oracles at Delphi and ran them up into, I think, down into the Sudan at first and then eventually up into Libya into northern Africa. But they literally, it was like all females. The oracles were female. They blinded all the oracles and they were run into Libya. Um, and then later on, I believe it was, I can't remember exactly how the story goes, but it was like when they went to appease the priests and all that. They told them that they were wrong and they needed to, to come out from under whatever they were. They had basically offended the gods, and by this travesty against the divine feminine and all this other stuff. And the African rulers kind of scoffed at it, but the European rulers went ahead and made homage, if you will, to supposedly appease the gods. And it is said that when slavery was happening, that basically Yemoya is basically the mother of the oceans, and Oshun considered the slaves her children, but she didn't make the trip. But it is said that Yemoya traveled along in the oceans along with the slave ships, and that the suffering that is happening supposedly is because of, like you said, what the atrocities that happened during slavery. Now, that is a story to bring comfort. I don't personally buy into it, only because the Barbary pirates enslaved more white folks in northern Africa than all of the American, Brazilian, and whatever, all of the other slave pushes on this planet combined. At every point throughout time, somebody here has enslaved somebody else. Black folks done had their turn at enslaving people. White people done had their turn at enslaving people. Asian people that enslaved people, and on and on and on. Even when it comes down to the American slave story, we are given only part of that story here in the US. And the reason I know that, because there was a law on the books in Virginia that said, as of such and such date, Black slave owners would no longer be able to purchase white slaves. That law wouldn't have been on the book if there weren't white slaves. People don't stop to understand that. And white women was treated just as badly as Indian women and whatever else. There are horrible stories that came out of the Northeast during certain periods of time, not quite as straight off the Mayflower, but right before the Industrial Revolution and leading into that, women, period, was treated horribly on this continent. So it really wasn't about thankful slavery per se. So I personally don't buy into the notion that white people are particularly cursed because of slavery, because if that's the case, all of us are cursed because of slavery. And truthfully, to some degree, unless or until we can expand our consciousness to understand like I said, how much bullshit slavery really is, we are kind of sort of cursed by our own ignorance, to be honest. You say you melanin light, Derek. I ain't mad at you, boo. I got a grandbaby that's melanin light as well. So, and two daughter-in-laws this real melanin light. It ain't no issue with me one way or the other. That's one thing I can be grateful of, as a witness. Now, again, my mother was not aware of the early history of the witnesses back when Judge Rutherford made his little slick comments about black folks supposedly been in servitude, falling behind some of that same kind of mess Joseph Smith was talking. She would not have gone for it had she known that, I'm sure. But I can honestly say, coming up, even at my age and stage, even being in the deep South, I was not taught racism, and I'm grateful for that. I did not teach it to my children. I'm grateful for that. Bro 100, you say, does Inky use the bathroom like us? Maybe not exactly like us, but yeah. He's a being. He ain't no spirit. Well, at this point, truthfully, he's so advanced in his spiritual realm. If he's in stasis in his Aguanti, he might not, because they literally go into stasis for hundreds of years at a time, and they travel the astral realm and through dimensions and stuff like that. But when he's in physically embodied in a physical avatar, then yes, he uses the bathroom. How do you think he impregnated them women? That wasn't nobody imagination. He really got down like that and really made some human beings, babies, with some women on this planet. Go back and read Genesis chapter 5. Go read the Lost Book of Enki. That wasn't in vitro fertilization. Noah was not made in a test tube. Adapa and TT were not made in a test tube. Papa was a rolling stone and he got down like that. And so if he could pass sperm, he could pass urine as well. I hear you, Bonnie Myers. Yeah. You said all races and all colors were sold as slaves. That's why I said I don't agree with what she said. I was just trying to explain to you. I've heard that story before, but the reason why I don't buy into that is because, like you said, every race of people on this planet at some point or other have enslaved people. It's wrong all the way across the board. It ain't just white folks that's wrong. We are all equal. Like I said, underneath the skin, there are certain markers that identify certain um, ethnicities over because we've selectively bred over time. But as a general rule, if you pull this 3 millimeters of skin off of us, you really can't tell who is what. They can tell a difference in our skeletons because of bone density and the placement of our hips, whether we're male or female. And because of bone density, they can kind of sort of figure out sometimes the ethnicity of, but yeah, no. The iguanti is basically like is the only time I've heard seen it. um Bro 100 is in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and that's what Thoth refers to as the stasis state, if you will, that Enki went into when he's in his spiritual capacity. He's referred to as the dweller in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And there are lines in there where he says that he approacheth he the dweller in his Aguanti. And so basically, when Thoth, they've been leveling up spirit, even though, yes, they're advanced beings, Enki and Thoth were very much, excuse me, interested in spiritual development. That's one of the reasons Enki created one of the first mystery schools on the planet. When once we became intelligent and all the rest of that, he's been trying to preserve and advance our intelligence and our spirituality. Not necessarily the way Lord, like I said, Enlil wants to perpetuate the lie. Enki wants us to know the truth. And Enki has been painted as a devil for wanting us to know the truth. Meanwhile, the real devil is continuing to perpetuate the lie. But his Iguanti state is in when he is basically in that stasis state, not necessarily, not neither, it's not necessarily saying he's either disembodied or embodied. Is literally kind of that limbo, the spiritual limbo, when he's surfing dimensions, if you will, I guess. Something like that. Yeah. And again, I don't know what the technology revolves Bro 100 because I haven't come across that yet in any of their texts. They just describe in the Lost Book, they describe setting aside a quadrant or an area of Earth that would be off limit to humans, that would basically house them when they are not interacting with humans. And then in the Emerald Tablets, he talks about going into the um, oh my goodness, what, why am I having a brain fart? Oh my goodness, not when he's into the halls of Amenti. Duh, that's the whole purpose of the Emerald Tablets. But I had a brain blip. But yeah, when he talks about going down into the halls of Amenti, he describes 32 beings who have chosen to stay here and continue to advocate for and basically hold energy for humanity to promote our spiritual evolution and our advancement, basically gonna stay here with us until we level up. Thoth said that he said every 100 years out of every 1,000 that he had to go into stasis for 100 years out of every 1,000. And in the emerald tablets, at that point, he said he had gone through at least 10 cycles like that. But he also describes, honestly, what it sounded like to me was, hold on a second, I gotta get, okay, that'll work. What he kind of sort of described was like, remember in, I think it was one of the Blade movies, where they went into this chamber where all the vampires were, and they were like in these, it was like a lot of symbols around the wall in a circle, and then they put Blade in the middle, and when they wound up kind of bleeding him, and it went poured into those chambers and activated all of those vampires. That's is without the blood part. Honestly, it sounds kind of like when I was reading that section of the Emerald Tablets, that scene in Blade came to mind for me, because it does talk about 32 beings that have agreed to stick around. They're like this sacred council of the Anunnaki, and their primary focus is to be here to raise our vibration and our consciousness until we can escape the mental trap and the psyops that Enlil has put into play on this planet. I don't know why I keep acting like I can see without these glasses. I love y'all too, Joyce. I really do. You have no idea. Honestly, like I said, I am such a hermit, shut in, whatever. Just even having somebody to discuss these concepts with, because trust me, well, most of the people in my life are gone now. But even before they were gone, when they were still hanging around in that so called wannabe friend space, they weren't genuinely interested in what I had to say. They didn't want to talk about the things that I've been reading. And I mean, I had a couple of them that kind of sort of acted like they was interested sometime, but after a while, I still felt like I was talking too much and they weren't really interested. I could see their eyes glaze over or whatever. So I'm so glad to have like-minded people to talk to about these things. Believe me. Yeah, yeah, like the sarcophagus pods a little bit, and it describes them in um, the emerald tablets as kind of being arranged in a circle. So it just brought that visual to mind. Now, obviously, I don't even know if that's a physical spot. They talk about the ice wall. They talk about uh, the halls of Amenti. We don't know if there's a physical place they're still hanging out. Probably though, because honestly, Anu said that they had been here on the planet so long that they could not physically return to Nibiru. I honestly think that's the reason why Yahweh went on such a mad push for control. Because remember, Revelation said that they had exiled him. He had been locked away for a while. And then he'd be let loose to do his worst. And truthfully, haven't the last 500, 600 years or so been a pretty rough ride? That might have been the time that they was talking about. I don't know. Um, but yeah, they reached a point, they had been here so long, they wore out their welcome and could no longer go back to Nibiru. So they're here somewhere. All of that stuff that happened in the Bible was just a year or so, maybe 2 years at most. Um, so they weren't, at the time of the writing of the lost book, it didn't seem to indicate that they was all about to die of old age or nothing. And they lived for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Look at the Sumerian kings list. But 3,600 of their years of well, it takes 3,600 of our years to equal one of their years. So, and they lived for thousands of years on their planet. That Anu had been kicking it for a hot minute, and when he came here to Earth to visit his children, they were saddened because they had been here on Earth for so long. They looked older than their daddy at that point. Earth don't really do their body good. You know, they can get away with it. They can breathe our air. They can eat our food, but it's not an ideal environment for them, and it ages their bodies badly. Hopefully, they did send some rejuvenation pods, because they did determine that they were going to be here for the long haul. So I'm hoping that they do have rejuvenation chamber somewhere. We've heard about rejuvenation chambers and med beds and all that stuff for so long in the 20th century. It would be ludicrous to think that they don't have them here for themselves. Thank you, Valerie. I love you too, Mama. You said you can find your sarcophagus from former lives. Okay, Antoine, I can't. I'm not saying you can't, but I don't even want to find my sarcophagus from a former life. And again, that's just me because I'm not ready to face my. Honestly, I'm not ready to face my mortality at this point. Because for real, I had a thought that came to me several years ago, and I honestly would like to believe that it was spirit showing me, because they showed me a lot of stuff that I know is going to take some time for it to play out in reality. But what I was shown is we are actually entering a time period now where, with the evolution on the fly happening, such as it were, that we are going to begin to see expanded lifetimes like now within this generation. Exactly, Bonnie Myers. A lot of folks will be talking about med beds, and some people say energetically they've been taken up to like the etheric cities, because um, there's an etheric city over each one of the continents on this planet that the ascended masters are very much active in, and all that other stuff. And there are people that say that they've been taken through the ethers or in the astral, that they've been taken to med beds, but there are also physical med beds that folks have mentioned. Whether they were born on craft or on the planet, I don't know, but of course they exist. That technology has to be out there. We're starting to see humans talking about developing somewhat of that technology. Where do you think they get those ideas from? They just reverse engineering stuff that they find on all of these crash vehicles and stuff that come here from other planets. Why is my glasses still jacked up? Hold on a second, y'all. I can't have see. Thank you, Lord Kelvin. I'm trying to figure out, you terrible and somebody else. Why is it that y'all have to refer to color? I don't care one way or the other. I'm very proud to be a black woman, but why is color have to be an issue? I'm just wondering. Yeah. Honestly, I keep saying I'm gonna go back and watch the Stargate series. I was such a Trekkie, but by the time Stargate came around, I really wasn't into the Stargate movies. My sister was a Stargate fan, but I do have to. No, not really. Black Mama? You really think Black Mama is a term of endearment? No, not that I'm aware of. But okay. And mama ain't been real. I mean, maybe in the 60s and 70s, hey mama, what's up? And I get it, some people go mommy, mamacita, and all the rest of that, but I don't know. Do your thing. I just was curious because there are a few folks that come into the stream with that, and I was just wondering because, child, you keep asking Google about stuff, you're gonna stay stuck, but all right. I ain't mad. Like I say, I don't necessarily take offense to it. I was just wondering because, yeah. Me too, Bonnie. I was. I haven't followed through like it's been several years since I watched any of the treks. But now, oddly enough, I wasn't that much into the later movies. But like as far as the TV series, the original series, I've seen all of those and most of the all of the Offspring. Well, that last one when they were showing like the origins of it, I didn't really care for much for that one. But I saw all the rest of them. But I do want to go and look at Stargate because I'm aware, like I said, at the time I wasn't quite as aware of the fact that Hollywood been feeding us the truth in plain sight and calling it entertainment. But now that I am aware of that, oh, absolutely, I want to go back and look at some of that stuff. I just, it's sad to say, I'm getting older. I ain't gonna call myself old just yet, but I'm at that age and stage where if I get too still for too long, I'm going to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So I'll go and I'll scroll a little bit. I'm so backlogged on the things that I'd like to watch, and I just don't watch as much of anything. I turned away from mainstream television 25 years ago. So I live in YouTube, but usually I'm interested in something that's got something to do with the things we talk about here on the channel, or tarot reading from somebody else that I've been led to, or going back and why I do watch some of my readings as well, because I get good information out of them too. But when I'm actually doing a reading, I don't really be paying that much attention. I don't want to say I'm not paying attention. I can't really hear myself while I'm reading. I have to go back and watch it to get the benefit of the message. And that was the thing that allowed me to actually be confident, or more confident as a reader, to let me know I was ready, because my boyfriend been telling me, he was like, girl, you have no idea, you're a good reader, and da 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 da. And I just couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear it. But after a while, I go back and watch some of the readings, and I'm like, well, damn, that was pretty good. Okay. Honestly, Antoine, probably. And truthfully, I mean, we're trapped here and being recycled time and again, reincarnate. Yeah, Daisy, dude, we are to a degree, but the trap is because of our consciousness expanding. That's why Lord Enki and the 32, why the 32 and the dweller are here still. That's why Thoth asked to continue to come, be amongst us as among the children of men, to help us with our ascension. The lies that have been perpetuated by Enlil and the Watchers have created a mental trap for us, that unless or until we awaken and our consciousness ascends, we will be stuck in this paradigm, in this loop. But Antoine, I feel that way to a degree too. Under Luciferian law, they have to tell us the truth, even if they hide it in plain sight. And I kind of think that's what the entertain. Because at first, when technology began to expand, they created a whole lot of fear, and then they did a whole lot of denying. When the conspiracy theorists supposedly were talking, they denied while they were steadily reverse engineering and gleaning as much information and working behind the scenes with some very ships that they claim weren't here, and all of that stuff. And now there is going to come a point in time, they know disclosure is going to have to happen. So I think they did start kind of sort of spoon feeding us the truth in plain sight, for those who were discerning enough to be able to understand the difference. But again, they still were able to continue to deny. They have to give it to you, but they're going to turn around. For those that are fully indoctrinated in the programming, they don't want to hear that. They'll believe that that's just idle entertainment, and they believe their government means them well. They believe that the pastor, the preachers, and the imams would never lie to them, that the government would never lie to them, that they've been told the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Yeah, that part. But the rest of us weird kids, we kind of sort of started understanding that, paying attention to the way our quote unquote entertainment was being shaped and morphed, and how it was evolving, and understood that that meant something. Inspector Gadget, yeah. Well, thank you, John Pratt. Appreciate you. Now, would I take Bitcoin for unlimited readings, Zoot? Uh, I would still have to put a limit on it, because truthfully, unlimited readings in the mind of the wrong person could be seriously misinterpreted. I could wind up selling myself into slavery for one Bitcoin, and hell no, I won't do that. Unlimited readings limited to one reading a week for how long? We'd have to have some kind of limits on it. You said that's not anywhere in the word. What's not anywhere in the word? Joy Bonnie Myers, what are you talking about? Do you believe we have stargates? Oh yeah, no, no, no. We do have stargates, Bonnie. Believe that. If you don't believe, you don't have to believe it just because it ain't in the word. But there's other texts and things out there that if you did understand, again, you have to understand that the word has been very carefully selected, redacted, abbreviated, truncated, and deliberately mistranslated so that we won't have the entire truth. But if you look at some of those older other texts that they dug up out the ground while at the same time they was digging up the text they allowed you to see, the ones that they kept to the back and won't allow you to see, but they're spilling out into the reality now, you best believe stargates are real. That's why I say if you insist on just listening to what the church tell you, you will stay asleep and stuck. They're not going to tell you the truth, honey, because the truth is not conducive to continuing to line their fat ass, lying ass pockets. They are servants of Yahweh, Satan, and the vast majority of parishioners have no idea because of the way the lie has been deliberately scripted and spoon fed to us over the years. In Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, you get the elementary version. You get this much. And they get people that are caught up in fanaticism, that whole super religious piety thing. They rule with fear and get you caught up in religious fanaticism so that you can't hear the truth even when it comes to you. But we're in the age of Aquarius, the age of information, the golden age. It's time for us to hear the truth. And you're not going to hear it from the pulpit. You just not. They're not remotely interested in giving you the truth. That's why people like me and others like me are speaking the way we are in these current platforms that we're speaking in. That's all. Yeah, it's not going to be in the word though, baby. But you can compare the word with other texts so that you can get a baseline to see that the other texts are valid as well. For example, when I go through the Lost Book of Enki, it brought a lot of additional context and clarity to the scriptures. I literally wind up referring back and forth from the Bible to the Lost Book to the Emerald tablets to the Bible and back and forth because I'm seeing that it's not that the Bible is a lie. It's just that they didn't give us, they edited out the good shit, the real useful stuff. They spoon fed us the Yahweh story as if that's the only story in town. And no, it won't. Yahweh wants us to believe he's the only God, the Alpha and the Omega, this huge sky daddy. And truthfully, he was the worst of the worst. Him and Marduk was the worst, the absolute worst of all the Anunnaki beings that call themselves deities on this planet. They literally, when the Bible says the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one, no truer words have ever been spoken because thanks to that Christianity vehicle between Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, 75% of the world is worshiping the absolute worst one of all the Anunnaki that have ever walked this planet. He's the one that hates us the most. He's the one that has tried multiple times to have us annihilated. He absolutely despises us and wants us continually blind and in servitude. And that's what the world is worshiping, unfortunately. I have no idea what a Unari or whatever that is. All over the place, Mark Jen McCoy. Don't come at me with that. I get my information from biblical scholars, from theosophists, from theologians, from folks that are experts or translators of the Anunnaki text, the Sumerian text, the Babylonian text, the Akkadian text. Okay. I'm not making this stuff up, and I'm not saying nothing that ain't been being said for over 100 years. It's just people ain't been listening. My ancestors led me to certain things. Yeshua led me to certain things, but I still had to read the books, watch the movies, listen to the documentaries, and read all of that stuff, Antoine. I mean, I would see things in meditation, but I'm not the person that just because I saw it in meditation, I just ran with it. I'm kind of sort of, I get what Mark Jen was saying, because I kind of wanted to make sure that I was on the right track and I wasn't just having a fever dream myself. When I first started getting this information, for me, it started with the notion. A lot of folks do. Billy Carson talks about it. Paul Wallace talks about it. Myth Vision podcast talks about it. Anunnaki Ancient Mystery, Ancient Astronaut, uh, Ancient Astronaut Library, I think, Astral Legends. There's a bunch of different channels. No, I have no idea. No, I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Whoever you. I refuse to say your name. It's so damn ignorant. I don't know why you won't change it if you insist on continuing to come back here. But hopefully you'll get some sense and some real information. I see you pop up enough that I know you're actually interested in something. You're just stuck in immaturity. But hey, Jesse Do Nails, I do too, honey. That book literally helped me. You ain't got to delete him, honey. As long as he's asking legitimate questions, he'll be all right. Look, when he come back, he may, because again, he keeps coming back. So something here is getting his attention. As long as he's not putting nothing horribly nasty in here, he's just immature. It take an immature person that's supposed to be an adult to use something that gross as their handle name, that's going to be seen by other people. Yeah. But yeah, Jesse Do Nails, the Lost Book of Enki is what really helped shift things into perspective for me. Hey, Maurice Porter. Um, when I kept hearing in meditation, they were delivered up, the Romans delivered, he was delivered up to the Romans. He was delivered up to the Romans. And it clicked in my head one day, wait a minute, who the hell is the Roman? You mean the same Romans that made the Roman Catholic religion, that created Christianity? Them Romans? Yes, them Romans. And that was like my beginning point of like, whoa. And then when it occurred to me, wait a minute, maybe if I really want to find the rest of the story, instead of just reading the Bible and reading the Bible, because I've been seeing, I grew up in the Bible Belt, southeastern United States. You always see somebody 70, 80 years old and keep their head stuck in the Bible. They reading the Bible all day. I'm like, what the hell is they looking for? How many times you gonna read it? Because I grew up with that. I was taught to read from the Bible every week. Bible study, all that, every what church, Bible study, ministry school, Sunday service, excuse me. And in between, my mother making us sit down and read the Bible aloud to her and all of that stuff. So I've been there, done that. And I'm like, what the hell do y'all think you're gonna find in there after 37 readings of it? But at the end of the day, it occurred to me a few years ago that if I really wanted to find out what they was looking for, I needed to read the part that they redacted out of it, the Apocrypha. They took it out not because it wasn't valid and truly inspired. It's just as inspired of God as anything else. They initially put it in, but then they realized they couldn't support their narrative and drive it the way they wanted to by allowing those apocryphal texts to stay in there. So they pulled the apocryphal text out of the scriptures. And it occurred to me a few years ago, if you really want to find out what the hell going on, go read the books that they don't want you to read. That's when you're going to start putting the pieces together. And when I went looking for the book of Enoch, I bumped into the Lost Book of Enki, and it was off to the races after that. Exactly. They saw it, but they didn't realize how detrimental it would be to the overall story until later, when they started really trying to drive especially when they wanted to start driving the commercial aspects of Christianity with all of them pagan religions that's bumped up. I mean, pagan holidays that's inserted into it. Every single so-called holy day has pagan origins, and usually pagan origins centered in some kind of blood sacrifice and black magic. You said your father bought both of those books, honey. It's way more than just two. I got the Lost Book of Inky and the Emerald Tablets, but after I got bought the Lost Book of Inky, Spirit poked me again, and I had to go back and buy the rest of Sitchin's work. And we're gonna. Ooh, sorry, that was me, y'all. We're gonna get into them. We started the 12th planet, and I got stuck because I was led back to going into the book of Enoch, and I'm going to stop and do the videos for the book of Enoch, and then we're going to jump back into the 12th planet. But it's like 14 books that Zachariah Sitchin wrote about the whole Anunnaki thing, and that's how serious he was, because he wanted to document what the anthropologists have found versus what the theologians have said, plus what they done dug up out the ground. He's so full of facts, all of this stuff. That's literally like a comprehensive spot because he took it super seriously. He was raised, he was able to read ancient Hebrew and the Sumerian and Sumerian and Akkadian cuneiform, along with Hebrew and Aramaic. He could read all of those. So, and he was like led into it again, a chosen one that was specifically uniquely suited to do that translation work of the lost book. And then he continued to write about it the rest of his life. He took it that seriously. If you don't want to be here, Pathway, just leave. You got readings in your name, and you gonna come in here. We ain't even talking about tarot at all. Then you jump up in here with that kind of foolishness. But I tell you one thing: the people that do get readings from me, every last one of them come back and tell me that I'm on the money. So now I wish I could give myself the lottery numbers, because trust me, I'd give them to me rather than you if you can still hear me, because I know what Spirit has shown me to do with the lottery numbers. And when I do hit, baby, it's on and popping. You said 11 woman. Bye. Flabba jabber, you sound like a flabba jabber. I don't have to conform to nothing that's in the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah, because I don't subscribe to none of them, bro. So I don't have to be quiet. I'm grown. Free black and 21. Somebody earlier reminded me I'm a black mama. I'm free black and 21. I can say I don't have to be quiet. That part. Hey, Kwame, what's popping with you? I see you back. Be careful now. I done told you, be careful. No, I'm not a witch. I'm not a witch. I am a being who is on the path of enlightenment, who does not have to stay stuck in the ignorance that has been perpetuated on this planet for the past 2,500 years. I'm a little bit smarter than the average bear, and instead of using mine to continue to hoop and holler and clutch my pearls and my Quran and my Bible at the same time, I woke the hell up and decided to share what I found when I saw the lies that we've been told and realized what we were being perpetrated. First, I got pissed the hell off. I was mad as hell when I figured out the lie. But then I also realized, well, I didn't realize, Yeshua made it very clear to me that I can't just sit on the information just for myself, that I have to speak the truth and teach this. Thank you, Kwame. I appreciate you. Exactly. Real eyes, real lies. You ain't never lied. Appreciate you. Hey, Mark Jan McCoy. And here's the thing, that's the reason I'll continue. I'll talk to them. I'm not going to allow them to get me to a place of anger anymore, but I don't even mind responding to them, because I'm only doing what Yeshua was doing before they took him up off the planet. I am continuing to walk in his steps. I am on the path of the Christed individual. I have asked to accept my Christed beingness. And as a Christos, I must speak and advocate for truth, as exactly as Yeshua did. Lord have mercy. I'm not. The denial is real, and it sounds like it's coming from you, Maurice Porter. That's what it sounds like. Sydney Sweeney, you need to go somewhere and get some roughage in your diet, boo. And I don't know why you thought that we needed to have a discussion of your bowel habits and up in here. You don't need to do that, Kwame. My man wouldn't appreciate it too much anyway. And I promise you, baby, it's only my light that you're attracted to. It ain't me. I'm 57 years old. I guarantee I'm probably old enough to be your mama, if not your grandmama. It's the light. Oh, okay, Maurice. My apologies then. My bad, baby. Again, they just come in here with some foolishness. So it's funny to me because honestly, it's like dealing with some unruly children. They grown people, but they literally display the intelligence of a bunch. And I hate to even insult short bus babies like that, but honestly, these grown people up in here that come with the foolishness act like short bus babies. They really do. I appreciate you, Maurice. Again, I thought you. I'm glad you clarified. I stand corrected. I promise. I'm here disseminating light. That's all I can do anymore, baby, because I refuse to stay caught up in darkness. Have I seen starships? Not recently, because I ain't been outside looking up lately, Antoine, but I have seen them before, yes. And people thought I was crazy or doing drugs when I said something about it, but I wasn't either. I wasn't under the influence of anything. And yes, I've seen them. My children have seen them. My youngest child has been taking a board craft, but she won't talk about it to this day. She just decided she wanted to be regular, but she ain't never been regular. And one of these days she'll figure it out. Meanwhile, she trying to drown her reality in alcohol and weed, but that's her business. She's 25, young, dumb, and you know the rest. She'll figure it out eventually, hopefully. No, but the reason I even commented on that, a teacher, I am a teacher, Joyce, but I had to, here's the thing, and I'm going to just be real about it. Kwame is doing, he thinks that this is something new, and you don't have to get rid of him. I really want to make a point. Yeah, and she's running from her spiritual mission. She is one of I've never pushed religion on them, but there are a lot of people that get it in their head that spirituality means religiosity, and they run from it. In her case, after she was taken aboard craft and some of the things that she witnessed, and that's a whole nother long story by itself, but she didn't they told her that she was set aside to do an important work, and part of what they said was that she was supposed to, in one way or another, speak out to the government about some of the things that they're doing that is impacting the environment in other star systems. And basically the message was, if they don't stop, they will be stopped. And she knew she ain't want no part of none of that, so she just stepped away. She don't understand that the real shift in her spiritual thinking probably won't come till after she hits 30 anyway. But I just leave her alone and let her do her thing. So, but back to, oh, he muted Kwame. I hope he can still hear me. I know you deleted the message, but um, I'm gonna speak on this because this was something that I had to come to understand, and we're gonna have a little bit of a grown folks conversation now. So y'all don't clutch your pearls, and I'm gonna try to keep it PG-ish. But all my life, okay, let me put it this way: I was innocent for a long time, but I was never ignorant. I figured out the whole tab A fits slot B thing very early, okay? But I didn't become active until I was in my early 20s, which I know in this day and time that's a little unusual, but I was like 22. However, very traumatized, imbalanced empath, due to childhood traumas, family trauma, religious trauma, and then it spilled over. It became relationship trauma, all the rest of that stuff. Doing the single parenthood, poverty shuffle, I did all of that. And through trying to become accepted, and again, I was so naive. Let's just be real, because I wanted to believe in love, and I loved purely, and I loved all of that. And again, I was got into the narcissist empath paradigm, and trust me, I hate to say passed around like a blunt, because I don't necessarily mean physically passed around, because once that starts to happen, it's literally being passed from your, if in my case, because the narcissist empath paradigm started in my household from birth. So it was literally from being passed off from my parents to teachers, religious leaders, friend circles, and then it got into the relationship sector. And I had a series, I was a serial monogamist, but still not making the choices, not having enough self-empowerment and self-confidence or whatever. Like I say, after a while, that program and that paradigm wears you down like a pencil eraser, and you wind up becoming low-hanging fruit for some pretty nasty characters. Let's just say that. But even through all of that, before I was anywhere near an awakening, I was fodder for vampires because they fed off my light. And I was always uncomfortable about the reaction and the response I got from men. And I thought I'd be safe within a relationship per se. But like I said, when your energy is jacked and you're manifesting folks that are really kind of, let's face it, from a law of attraction standpoint, the victim and the perpetrator are in the same jacked up raggedy bandwidth, kind of, sort of. Sorry, but you have to be accountable enough to understand that in order to climb up out of it. Once I started climbing up out of it, of course, I took my power back, became celibate, did all of that, and it started ramping up and up and up. But it's still, because I was still in the process of healing, still doing the inner child work, still having trauma, and still had some of them same folks. Wasn't still sleeping with them, but still had them in my energy and in my environment. As I began to raise my vibration, oh my God, the damaged males just really, I've always carried Mother Teresa type energy anyway, but as I began to heal and ascend, men that, especially men that have trauma like mama trauma and that kind of stuff, oh my God, they flock to me like I'm an oasis in the middle of the desert. So I can't allow that to sway my energy. And especially Jesse, okay, I'm gonna tell you, and that's why I'm being caused to speak on this to this extent, because normally this is private stuff I would not normally share. But to any female that's in the sound of my voice that is in the middle of an ascension path right now, I need you to understand, especially if you know you're being called to become a for real sacred divine feminine. You most likely have a sacred or a golden yoni. You're being called to step into your goddessy, and up unless or until you do and are united with your true counterpart, for the love of God, please step into celibacy. Because all it's going to do, like I said, they see your light and they're confused with it. And a lot of folks will, oh, they gonna flatter you to death, and they genuinely mean it. I'm not saying they're being insincere. But unless or until they've truly done their healing work as well, they're going to prevent you from getting where you're supposed to in your journey. And the more you ascend, if you sleep with men that are spiritually sick, you can create dangerous stalker type energy in people. Don't do it to yourself, and don't do it to them. It's not fair to either of you. Keep your womb sacred as you continue to cleanse it. And if and when you do that, then you can potentially manifest or draw to you the sacred counterpart the spirit is genuinely preserving you for, because he's, or if you're female, he's somewhere being leveled up spiritually as well. Okay. People think, oh, it ain't that big of a deal. I gotta scratch an itch. It ain't no, because I done been there and done that. Oh, I had the maintenance men, and I was stuck in my toxic masculinity, and truthfully, I had to come to understand at some point that I was psychologically sabotaging myself that way. I was going for men that I knew damn well I wasn't never gonna go the distance with relationship wise. Like I said, I wasn't lying when I say I done had at least 11 men talk about marrying me and have never been married. Because I knew at the end of the day I wasn't fit to put up with they shit no way. Then had children for them and some more stuff and just because I didn't have I bought into that Cosmo type of, like I said, toxic masculinity wrapped up in a feminist disguise. We don't need a man. We just out there having fun. I can do what I want. I can say what I want. The networking and the net, all of that stuff. And I wasn't born for that. I was never born for that. I like having my chair pulled out for me. I like not paying for my dinners. I really do. I want nothing more now than to pass my proverbial keys to a driver that I know will not run me off into the woods, into a tree somewhere. But yeah, Maurice, do your healing first. And again, I'm addressing the females right now, but any male in the sound of my voice, if you really want that off the charts head toenail curling, headboard bumping, oh my God, I can't live without her golden yoni. Level up spiritually, brother, and that requires celibacy. You're not going to ever reach that point if you keep giving your energy to the wrong raggedy behind females. You're going to keep that nasty, raggedy Jezebel energy in your system, and it's going to keep you from leveling up spiritually till you can get to where you want to get to. It's about going the marathon. Are you willing to put forth a little self-control now and a little bit of self-denial now for the for real payday on the other side? It's really about that. It came to me back in 2015. I was talking to one of the most biggest whoremongers that I've ever known in my experience, and I was sitting on the step outside my apartment at the time. And even though I had entered my period of celibacy about 6 months before that, I was talking to my friend, and it occurred to me, these people that's out here, yeah, I get it. They write songs about it and they fight wars over it, and women with men go to jail over it, and they unalive each other and all kinds of stuff over the commercialized depravity that's been spoon fed to us in the matrix. We have really been desensitized to a very negative form of sexuality on this planet right now for a reason, because it keeps us from reaching our true potential. If sacred if divine masculines, true divine masculines, and true divine feminines meet up in accord, they become a sacred alchemical union. And the sum of they are greater than the sum of their parts. Okay, literally. They become an energy dynamo that can manifest like you would not believe. I call them God's secret weapon in the war, in the army of light. And it's way, study tantra, look at tantra. People have no idea, they just think it's all about the breathing, and because it's slow and that ain't the point. Booyah, like what you've never known. So if you really, really, really want to be a connoisseur and really understand what these tools was made given to you for, I'm telling you, everybody in this chat right now is a virgin compared to what they supposed to be experiencing. But you got to be patient enough to actually cultivate that. Yeah, let go of that for a minute. And honestly, Tasha, if you're saying you can't go through another devastation, honey, I'm gonna tell you right now, you got to go through another round of inner child work and shadow work. If the reason you're, and I'm not saying you're not right, be celibate, absolutely. But if you're looking at, I can't go through another devastation, you're still holding trauma from the past devastations that absolutely must be healed in order for you to reach a pure and sacred counterpart. You have to be qualified to get that kind of a man. And that means you have to be healed. I go in these twin flame forums and these twin flame tarot channels and stuff, and people be forever complaining that he won't act right and the runner chaser and I'm so miserable and he could go here. And honestly, if I don't, half of them I don't even believe are actually twin flames, but if they are and they're not working out, the main reason they're not working out is because they tried to push the envelope too fast. Twin flames are only going to be in harmonious union once they've healed. They are mirroring each other. So the twin flame journey is only the spiritual journey. And very often, especially if you have a divine counterpart that you're being called to, if you was in a fucked up place dealing with fucked up individuals and some jacked up relationships, then guess what? Your twin is probably wherever they at on the other side of the world going through the same thing. You're both basically graduating the same karmic lessons, and you will most likely be kept in separation unless or until you both heal, and then you can come together. And when twins mess around and meet each other a little bit too soon, and they turn around and bump uglies too soon, oh, it's dynamite. Pull you out. The sex is incredible, and they can't stand. They act like addicts then because they messed around and got into the physicality of it before they truly balance their energies, and then it becomes a very rough ride. Just like Kundalini awakening, when you're not tending to your chakras, is like an engine idling rough. Trying to be in a twin flame union when both of you are still needing to do your own healing work becomes a very rough ride. You're supposed to heal first and then enjoy the fruits of your spiritual labor. I'm starting over too, Tasha. And again, it's a very common theme. That's why somebody a couple of weeks ago was like, "What's up with the money and where's my this?" A lot of us are going through that. The towers had to fall. We literally had everything stripped away. Why? So we could be rebuilt into something completely new. They don't call it rebirth for nothing. It's literally like crawling into a chrysalis, a trial by fire, melting down into goo and being rebirthed as something completely unrecognizably different from what you used to be. You are entering a whole new life, a new way of being. You're welcome, Dennis Winkler. I'm glad you got some info you think you needed out of it. Maurice, again, like I said, don't feel bad. A lot of us lost everything. I mean, everything. Couple of times, some of us, because we ain't had sense enough to stay down when we got down. We got the slats kicked out from under us and we jumped up and did the thing we normally know how to do and rebuilt. And then we got the slats kicked out from under us again and jumped up again and rebuilt and did that a few times until we finally figured out, oh shit, maybe spirit want me to just sit my ass down here for a minute and figure the hell out why I keep getting the slats kicked out from under me, and I'm going to do the spiritual work and figure this thing out so I don't never have to get kicked down this low again. And the next time I'm going to stay down here for a minute so that when I rise, I can stay up. And that's when you start gaining some ground. Exactly, Tasha. You do have to look within, and it is hard. And I don't know about men, but I know it's hard for women because we be told we pretty princess our whole lives, and we get so delusional, and we be reading Cosmo and Marie Claire and all that stupid shit, and we're stuck in toxic masculinity and listening to feminists and listening to the Democrats and listening to the leftists and listening to everybody but what we supposed to be, and we think we don't need a man, and we so damaged because we done been hurt by so many toxic men that we get twisted into believing that all men are like that. And then because of that, we keep manifesting that same raggedy ass man, different faces, different places, but it still be the same sorry ass dude. And then we get so hurt and jaded. And until we take accountability and say, wait a minute, he did wrong, But I was the one that let him in. I gave that fool my phone number. I am the one that decided that I didn't need a commitment. I am the one that chose to sleep with him on the third date, or whatever the case may be in your case, whatever it is. I'm saying all of us done did some stupid shit. Let's face it, all of us. So I'm not saying it out of judgment. Please don't be offended. I'm just being 100% transparent and accountable here, because I wish somebody had been honest enough with me to tell me. Well, the old folks tried to tell us, but they told it in such a preachy way that we thought that it was wrapped in religiosity, that why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free. We thought they were trying to take our fun from us. No, they won't. They was just trying to give us the real, because for real, the type of men that wind up borrowing the cow, they want to tear Farmer Brown's field all the way up, but they ain't never gonna pay rent on it, and they damn sure ain't never gonna buy it. Why? Because they don't have to. And you know how you know? Look at all of the single mothers out there right now. Dudes be having all kind of fun when there's no responsibility, and that fool will disappear like smoke in a windstorm the moment she get pregnant. I look, been there, done that, got the t-shirt and the trophy. Very often, Maurice, that can be the case. It may not always be, but especially, look, we in the zombie apocalypse, honey. And one of the reasons why the prettier they are, the more demonic they are, is because the prettier they are, their dance cards get pulled real quick and real young. And nowadays, because they've been told it doesn't matter and they can do whatever they want, a lot of these girls that are really, really pretty have been out there spreading their thighs since they was about 15, 16 years old, and by the time she get to 25, she got a body count damn near at 100 or more. I've heard them brag about it. And when you sleep with that many people and are not aware that you are an energetic transmitting and receiving mechanism, you wind up with all kind of soul ties. You're not just sleeping with her, you sleeping with every dude that she's ever been with. That raggedy energy continues to latch on to her. She literally becomes a spiritual wasteland or toilet. That's why the prettier she is, the more demonic they are, because she's literally walking with demons. Yes. Attachments, absolutely. And even my body count wasn't majorly high, but even at to really, really get down to the nitty gritty, when I really began to heal, I still had to go back and do cord cuttings for my baby daddy. And we had not physically touched each other in 25 years. And he still had his energy in me, hooked into me, and wasn't trying to let go. That part. Maurice, I wish I had have been my mama too. I didn't get this. I got this sense by doing all the wrong stuff, making the mistakes in life, whooping my ass. That's why I'm talking about it now. Because again, in the healing, when you're willing to take accountability and recognize it and stop being so hoity-toity and uppity that you can't admit to making mistakes, that's one of the reasons they continue to perpetuate. A lot of older women, men do it to some degree, but the dudes that's out there doing this kind of stuff, they really, most of them gonna die alone in the nursing home with, and the children hating them if they even know where the children at. But the women that made these mistakes, most of them get older. They either stay bitter and or run up in the church. And once they run up in the church, they forget all about their past. They too embarrassed to admit the things that they did, and they act like butter won't melt in their mouth, and they don't give good counsel to the next generation of women. And I'm trying to be somebody that breaks that cycle and give these women the information that I learned along the way, and what I wish somebody had gave me the real about when I was out there slinging ass thinking it didn't matter. I wasn't trying to be promiscuous, but guess what? Young women that have a lot of home trauma, mama trauma, daddy trauma, all the rest of those things, they tend to go looking for love in all the wrong places. And in their naivety, they become low hanging fruit for some very low energy, vampiric type of dudes. Oh, honestly, they really do to some degree, Maurice. And I believe because again, and not to, I don't want to talk about any particular deity, but people talk about the Jezebel spirit that is amongst us. It really kind of is. That's a real thing. That is one of the powers, one of the principalities, that spirit of procrastination. I'm not procrastinate, that too, but the spirit of promiscuity, that is one of the powers that has been unleashed on the planet that we have to battle against. Um, Unworthiness is another one that can lead us to the promiscuity. We all trying to get that validation that somebody loves me, somebody, you didn't get the love that you needed from mama and daddy, and somebody comes along and makes you feel good, and you think so little of yourself that you think that you're lucky that anybody is paying attention. You didn't even bother to vet this fool because you was never taught what to look for and how to vet these fools, and you wind up thinking, well, I don't want to be too bougie and too whatever, and I can't judge a book by its cover. So they're a nice person. So therefore, everybody's the same. Oh no, the hell they ain't. And you wind up giving yourself to somebody that you never should have even given the time of day off of a wall clock to. Look at the numbers of young men that get violated by these nasty old bitches out there, the 30, 40 something year old aunties and friends of the mamas and stuff like that that's out there breaking in 12 and 13-year-old little boys. I hear that trauma all the time. I had it happen. Well, it wasn't with an older person. It was, she was slightly older. I think she was a teenager. But my children went to go stay with their biological father and lost their virginity at like the age of 12 and 13 that way. My sons. And I was so aggravated. I didn't find out until I was old. They were older, and there was really nothing I could do about it because the girl wasn't old enough that I could press them kind of charges. But that kind of stuff is like an epidemic in our culture. I had trauma buried that I had to stop and go back and look at, of dealing with sexual traumas and stuff as a child. It wasn't overt in my household, but we did. I had some dangerous nieces and nephews who were a little bit younger than me, but they was exposed to something that they shouldn't have never been exposed to, and they used to come to visit every summer, and I had that kind of stuff. My parent, I can honestly say, never had a mama or daddy or nothing that sexually abused me, but I had sexual abuse that I had to deal with, and then it got buried under so much trauma that I literally wound up having to unpack it a few years ago. So, but even at that, when I was listening to a story on Facebook, some, I can't even remember the lady's name, but she was telling her story, and my heart broke for that woman. Oh my God, she's doing better now and all that, but she was she was violated from the age of 3, had her first child as a result of that kind of stuff happening within the family at the age of 12. By the time she was 18, she had her third child before the age of 18, and none of it was due to her being out there in the streets promiscuous. It was all due to stuff that happened with the grown folks and the family friends and the other stuff under her watch. I mean, under her family's watch. You ain't got to listen to nothing flabber jabber. You can carry your ignorant self away from here. Some folks are getting some benefit from some of this. And honestly, if you feel like this is verbal diarrhea, you are the problem, sir. I promise you, you part of the problem. I guarantee you're part of the problem, and women would do very well to steer very far clear of you. I promise. The fact that you come in here with a name like Flabba Jabba let me know you ain't shit to start with, but okay. You say it happened to you too? Yeah, yeah. You say you used to love the underdog, and we do. Women, I call it stray puppy syndrome. They laugh about women in their bad boy phase. Women do have that. It's so silly. women get attracted to bad boys. They don't realize that it's the nerds and all of them that are the ones that really make paper, and they're the ones that's going to actually love you and stick around. But women they'll walk by 3 or 4 decent dudes to go get some raggedy behind bad boy. And women go through that bad boy phase through most of their 20s. By the time they realize they done made a mistake, they usually got bad credit, butt toe out, like I said, they got their behinds whipped, toe out the frame, 2 or 3 kids, the whole nine. And then by then, most of the time, a decent dude don't even really want to be bothered with them, or they're so bitter till a decent dude can't be bothered with them, or even worse, the decent dudes unfortunately get picked up by them Jezebel spirits that do them dudes so dirty, and they be so damaged till they ain't fit for nothing else either. It's just it's a sad story out there. Hey, by His Grace, Marie, welcome, welcome. So when you go through these towers, do you just let it crash and burn, or try to hold on to some stuff? It depends. I can't tell you what to do, Daisy, but guess what? You keep trying to hold on to it. How is that working for you? You just basically, you know how you can, you know how they say you can either go on and fall and allow yourself to fall, or you can try to break the fall. And typically when you try to break the fall, you mess yourself up worse than if you would have just went ahead and went with the fall. It's kind of like that. Especially if the tower is genuinely a spirit driven tower, usually it's spirit trying to take some things that we need to let go of away from us, so that we can be redirected in the way they want, really, to something better. So if we try to hold on to stuff that need to be let go of, we're just making extra steps and longer time frame for ourselves. I can't say it's wrong, because if, especially, here's the thing, if you've been going through a financial hardship season, or a poverty season is one of your karmic lessons, you're going to have to, there's some work around the energy of money and the thought process, the belief system about money is probably going to keep you wanting to hold on to some stuff. But to really learn that lesson and reprogram your thinking, some people have to be stripped down to the absolute bottom denominator, so that they can truly understand that God is their supply. And they be so busy trying to do what they can do and what somebody else gonna do and what they can hold on to, and they have to learn that lesson. So the longer they keep trying to hold on to stuff, it just makes it extra steps and longer time period. I'm not saying it's wrong, but yeah. No, Tasha, you know good and full well I'm not saying that all women that are pretty are evil. I'm not evil. What you talking about, mama? And I'm sure you're not either. I'm saying he was talking about the prettier they are, as far as we're talking about damaged females. He was saying that he needed to protect his energy, because from where he was at in his imbalanced state, he was finding that the prettier they are, the more demons they more evil they tended to be. And I was explaining why that is, because a lot of times it's early on in life. I'm talking about in our younger time, from the first time we become sexually active until we start getting some sense and being more discriminate about who we give our bodies to and our energy, and being spiritually focused and all that. When we just out there wild and free, young, dumb, and having fun, the pretty girls dance cards get punched a lot more typically than the wallflowers dance card. So a lot of those girls think that, because, and again, not every pretty woman, I'm speaking in general terms based on what I've seen and heard women talk about, and looking around and observing in life. A lot of women, especially, it doesn't even matter how beautiful they are. Truthfully, a lot of really pretty women are really insecure. And it's that insecurity that often drives them to promiscuity. And because they are pretty and insecure, they wind up with a whole lot bigger body count, potentially, than the plain Jane would. And that's why I was saying that's part of the reason why he's talking about how she's got more demon or she's more demonic. I'm saying because she's carrying not just her energy, but the energy signature of all them 59 dudes she done slept with when she was out there looking for love in all the wrong places. I wasn't trying to indicate that a woman's being pretty makes her evil, and I'm sorry if you got that out of that, Tasha. But Joyce, what I'm saying is I'm being transparent enough to realize that once upon a time that was me too. That's why I can speak on this, because I had to sit back and reflect on how the hell did I get here? All I ever wanted was one. How in the world did I get here? And again, like I said, my body count ain't as high as a lot of these girls. I cringe when I hear some of these girls talk about it, but also it's high enough that I'm not proud of mine either. I won't discuss it with nobody because I don't think anybody should be discussing it with anybody. And I've only ever had one man ask me my actual body count, and it was a friend of mine that we weren't that we I had I was not remotely attracted to him. So we got to that point in the conversation one day, and he was literally clowning me because mine was too low. His was, oh my God, at least 4 times higher than mine. But he was also one of the most disgusting humans I've ever met when it comes down to relationships with people. So I wasn't even mad that my body count was too low for him. Thank God, because yeah, ew, he was gross. But real men won't ever ask you that because in this day and time, they know you're not likely to be a virgin. What happens after you meet is what's important. Because ain't who's gonna tell the truth anyway. Most people are going to, if they can even remember them all. Sad to say, we live in a time frame now, but especially with alcohol and weed and all that stuff being prevalent, they may not even remember their true body count. Sad to say, but it's the truth. You're welcome, Maurice. Honestly, and again, it's not anything. I'm not gonna say it. I can say it's nothing to be ashamed of. You're gonna carry shame until you understand it. It's a part of the paradigm and the programming. I do want you to consider though that the narcissist empath paradigm is a huge, huge karmic lesson that is playing out in this sector of the matrix in this particular timeline that we're on. They got whole channels and whatever devoted to it. It's everywhere. So don't consider yourself, well, okay, there is a thing about, like you said, self awareness and accountability. You have to understand that you were very gullible, but the fact that you acknowledge it, you don't have to continue to say that. Put that in the past tense, Jesse. You have been very gullible, but like you say, we cleaning that up. And the best way to clean that up is to go celibate and go into that personal reflection. The first 3 months is the only really hard. You know what? Respectfully, get the hell off my page if you don't want to hear what I gotta say. Blaflam, whoever you are, Blaflamale, respectfully, because I'm telling people real stuff that could potentially short circuit them decades of heartache and shame and help them find their way to actual relationships that work if they will do some self reflection and not take the mistakes and steps that I took. So, yeah. And like I said, as far as celibacy, a celibate period, the first 3, 4 months is the hardest. If you can do that, which it ain't that hard, honestly. Because here's the thing, practice transmutation. Ain't nobody said that you had to be 100%. I don't know what dudes are with that no fap and all the rest of that. I feel like everybody should get to know themselves once in a while, if you know what I mean. Now, don't go overboard with it because you still want to conserve your energy, and don't get stuck in the corn thing. That's not that helpful. But other than that, there's nothing wrong with a little self knowledge, especially if it keep you out of some raggedy fool's bed. Rather you get to know yourself than get to know another loser. Or at least take the edge off. Eventually you'll get bored with that, and then you'll find after a while that the desire is gone. Awesome, awesome, Joyce. Appreciate it. Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize it was getting this late. It's 11:23, y'all. Why don't we? You said once you see the real world, it's very easy. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I had just reached a point. I had like a little mini breakdown, probably in 20, probably around 2012, 11, 12, 13, somewhere in there. And I came to the point that I realized I was sick and tired of being that chick that every dude wants to screw, but nobody really wants to stick around and truly love. And after that, I told my girlfriends, I was like, you know what? I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting it down. Now, of course, I would do fits and spurts of celibacy. I'd be like a couple years here, then I'd go back and go off the wagon. I ain't gonna say fall off the wagon. I went and tried my hand at another relationship, but again, until you heal. But yeah, right now I'm coming up on 5 years, and I know the relationship that I have situated. But he's been doing his healing. I've been doing mine. We're in separate continents, and we will be coming into union hopefully at the end of this year or early next year. Why do narcissistic men like empathic women? Because we're batteries for them. Narcissists continue to suck energy. They've used up their energy. They don't really have a personality of their own. They feed off of empaths, literally like vampires feeding off of a host, quite literally. Dr. Christina Lopes talks about that. Look up Christina Lopes, Lopes, empath, narcissist. She did a piece about 5 years ago, and she is the only therapist that I've ever heard talked about it from a spiritual aspect. But she was saying that, in her opinion, she feels like narcissists have their solar plexus chakra is stuck open too far, and it causes them to become an energy vacuum. And once they've used up their energy sources, they start using the energy of people all around them. And so they quite literally need a supply. And if they can keep one close to them that not only feeds their energy but will also warm their bed, all the more better for them. Exactly. We become a blood bank for an energy vampire. And it's easy because empathic women, especially imbalanced ones, like I said, we get that stray puppy syndrome. We want to fix them. We feel like, and here's the thing, because you wonder why in the world would she even go for him? He got 4 baby mamas and he ain't taking care of none of his kids. And she's such a beautiful girl. And he over there whipping her behind, giving her bad credit and everything else. Why she want to line up to be baby mama number 5? Because in her sick, twisted, imbalanced little mind, she feel like they just didn't love him well enough. Her love is pure and dynamic, and she's so great that she's gonna be the one to fix him. No, the hell she ain't. She gonna be victim number 5, but she don't know that until she become victim number 5. She's a blood bank. Put it very well, Maurice. You think you scare narcissists? No, the hell you don't, Antoine. You just might be balanced enough that you're immune to them, but I promise you, a narcissist ain't got enough sense to have no fear. They may not like you if they see that they can't stick their hooks into you, and that's a very good thing if you've healed enough that you are immune to narcissists, because a lot of imbalanced empaths are fodder for narcissists, unfortunately, because they want to help. They feel like it's their God-given duty to help. They're put on the planet to help, and we are to a degree, but a narcissist will come along and prey on your spirituality too. Well, if you're so spiritual, you're supposed to stick around and help me. And an imbalanced empath will go for that for a time. You say you think empathic women's drive to nurture and change a broken man inclines them to fall for it? Exactly, they do, Bro 100. They absolutely do. Who's in timeout? I ain't even see it. I don't even know. Oh, Blafamo. Well, yeah, he be all right. Jerk. But yeah, it literally is an energy dynamic. They feed off of us and went and are used to, because I had to, like I said, and it's a layered thing. I want all the imbalanced empaths, or the ones that feel like they're working on it, or have had these types of relations. If you've had this kind of thing anytime within the last decade in your life, please understand it's layers to it, and you probably still have some more folks you need to shed, unless you just about down to your last one or two, and you might have to let them go too. Because it won't just be the people that's trying to crawl in your bed. It's the friends, it's the co-workers, sometimes it's downright relatives, all the way up to and including and especially parents and siblings. Narcissists don't care. Supply is freaking supply. They ain't got to sleep with you to suck your energy. Please understand that. Yeah. Honestly, they do. And here's the thing. When you see that, when you're in a whole family of narcissists, Maurice, hold on a second. I need to put my charger in here. Bear with me a second. Oh, Lord, I done dropped the cord. Hang on, y'all. Because this is important. I thought I was getting ready to go, but this is an important conversation we need to finish before I go. And Tasha, you are absolutely on the money, honey. That is the thing. Reciprocity is the key. You cannot continue to pour into people who are not pouring into you. But the narcissist will convince you that you're being selfish because you expect reciprocity. That's a mental lie that they keep telling you. Yeah, I am Antoine. I am an INFP. I'm sorry, an INFJ. I'm a Hayoka. Like, seriously. Um, but that, if you have noticed that you was plunked down in a family, and especially if there was a bunch of narcissists in it, please understand that that's probably that they're high level soulmates as part of your karmic path. It was part of your curriculum on Earth School. You were put there for a reason to learn and graduate from that lesson, because number one, you're here to teach something. Like I said, it's a huge paradigm that we're working our way through. That is generational karma that you are having to work your way through. So once you graduate that lesson, very often you wind up having to step away from that, or they, however it goes, you're going to wind up with most of them people not in your experience anymore. But you have to heal that energy and learn to do the shadow work and the inner child work and all the rest of that comes around it, because as it's something in that is going to be something that you can, it equips you. It's an arrow in your quiver to help all of the damaged beings that are awakening now, that are going to need someone that can understand that and help them recover from a non-judgmental place, but from a healed place. So we weren't just thrown to the wolves in a pit full of narcissists for no reason. We were here, we're working the puzzle. It's part of our curriculum on Earth School. Hey, Miss Yates, what's up, baby? You say you went through so much pain, you're still not scared of... Exactly, and that was my thing. I had to, like I said, cut off a lot of folks, and I became celibate, but I'm still very much open to love. And like I said, it's so weird because my counterpart and I both mirror each other so completely, and our healing journey has been almost a decade. And we're probably the only two people that would have the patience to sit that out the way we did. I mean, our financial circumstances kept us, well, let me be real. My fear kept us apart for the first half of that, because I didn't even take him seriously. He was a lot younger than me. He was in another country. I didn't want to do long distance, blah, 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 all kinds of reasons and excuses. But there was still a part, even after we acknowledged that, yeah, this is who we are and what we want to do, there was still a time period where we're both working through poverty stuff and narcissist stuff and overgiving and the empath paradigm and the spiritual leveling up. There's layers and layers of healing that we've had to do, but we had the luxury, we weren't physically connected, but we stayed emotionally connected even through the miles and the years. So it's a unique situation, but it worked for both of us. So yeah. You say your son is a narcissist? Yeah. Oh, I don't, like I said, it's super common right now. It's just playing itself out. It's literally at like epidemic proportions, truthfully. You said you stepped away, that's why you asked for a reading. Email me, like I said, on the reading thing, for real though, Maurice, because I'm not sure what's up with that. You feel like others are lucky with life, but you're stuck. Part of the reason for that is just a need to heal more. You're still stuck in a little bit of lack mentality and victim consciousness, and that's perfectly normal. I'm not saying that in any way to down you or besmirch you. It's part of the process, honey. When you waking up from the programming and the paradigm. Good night, Valerie. Yeah, I was getting ready to scoot too, but we got into some real questions, and I'm cool. But yeah, ooh, hang on. Hold on, y'all. I'll find my way back to this light thing. I don't unplug my light. Hold on. Let me see. Where is it? Uh-oh. Hang on. My little paradigm here. I'm getting it back together. Bear with me. There we go. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, good night, Valerie. I'll see you later. Yeah, I don't have to get up early in the morning, so I'm good. But yeah, I'll get up with you another time. You say you lost your girlfriend to one of those. He liked to go to people who read palms, who can tell the future to get women away from the men that they with. Honestly, Antonio, now I'm gonna say something that you might think is a little bit harsh, but I gotta be real with you. If she allowed a palm reader to Mac Daddy her away from you, she wants yours to start with, or good riddance, because she's weaker than what she's supposed to have, okay? You ain't lost nothing. It hurts right now, but the fact that if any woman that allows another man to take her from a man, then she don't belong to that man anyway. That part. So be grateful you dodged a bullet, basically. And keep doing your spiritual healing so you can get what's meant for you, brother. Okay? Oh, Tasha, honey, yeah, I feel you on that. And I wasn't fake auntie, but I actually had somebody that I was trying to help and brought in my house one time, and she turned around and slept with him. And fortunately, I was getting on the verge of wanting to get rid of him anyway. He was there basically as a convenience for me. But yeah, women would do all kind of craziness. Yeah. Tasha, yeah, that's a show enough narcissist when you, and the sad part is, and I actually encourage somebody that I did a personal reading for to record something if they have to, just to have the record of it. But when you get to a point that they done gaslit you so much that you have to record stuff for proof to them, it's time to get the hell away from them. Because even when you do hit them with the evidence, they'll sit there and tell you not to believe, like you say, not to believe your eyes and ears. My twin's father, or my twin's uncle, I should say, he was so slick. One of his women, he always had multiple women. Strung him along for decades. It's ridiculous. He ain't never seemed like he was all of that to me. But anyway, he literally had one of his women came home from work early, caught him in bed with another woman, and he had the nerve to holler about it ain't me. And she still dealt with him after that. I'm like, never could be. I ain't that stupid, but all right. Hold on. I'm sorry. I did bump it that time, y'all. Oh, yeah, they gonna deny it. You said, why did you do that today? What did you do today, Jesse? Jesse, what did you do? I didn't even see. I'm not sure what you was talking about. I have to see. You said you can spot a narc now? Yeah. Child, some are everywhere. It take a minute. Some of them can hide pretty well, especially if you're a recovering overgiver or people pleaser. You very well can potentially still get caught up. But again, when I've just learned to, and you have to get to a point where you stop trying to sugarcoat it and stop pussyfooting around with it. And the moment you start seeing the traits, yep, that's what it is, and get them away from you. Because if they get any kind of toehold in, they're real hard to get rid of, for real. The last one that I had to get rid of, like I said, it wasn't even a boyfriend. It was that friend I was telling you about. And we've been friends for like 5 or 6 years. And when it came down to the end, and I told him, look, we've had this conversation before. I've threatened to end our friendship over this several times. You asked for one more chance, and I promised you that this was the last chance. And you still violated, so now I've got to go. And again, that was my bad because I never should have gave repeated chances. But at the time, again, I was in that recovery mode, and I wasn't trying to see it for what it was. And it was a subtler form than if we had been dating or anything like that. But it was a very one-sided friendship. But even that, on the way out the door, started trying to gaslight me and telling me, oh, you think you God. It ain't got to be God not to want to be abused. What is wrong with you? I don't have to put up with your nonsense just because. That don't mean that I'm trying to be God. That means I'm trying to not have you turn around and use me. You said Eddie Murphy. He said what, Jesse? Are you typing? I think you typing something somewhere else, because all I saw was why did I do that today, and then you said something about Eddie Murphy, RAQ. He said that, and I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Oh well. Child, all I'm gonna say to you is why you still let this fool stay in your house? That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. I wasn't there, Antoine. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. There was a rumor years ago about Eddie Murphy having been caught with a transvestite, and that transvestite came out and made comments about it. But at the time, I understand why it was probably swept low key, because at the time, I believe he was an active Jehovah's Witness and probably not wanting to be. Well, they were, as much money as he got, they wasn't going to disfellowship him no way. They didn't disfellowship Michael. But, that's neither here nor there in that organization. If you had enough money, you can get away with what you want. But that was still very, very bad press, because witnesses don't normally put up with that kind of behavior. So I'm not saying it's true, and I'm not saying it's not, but it wouldn't surprise me. Why would it be any different? Who is Eddie Murphy to be any different than the rest of them? We think he got a squeaky clean image, but not really. There's a lot of... Look how many people thought Michael Jordan was a nice guy until the receipts started rolling in. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, now I get what you're saying, Jesse. Yeah, they do, but they actually do that. It wasn't me. Even though you actually catch them in the act, mid-stroke, it wasn't me. I like I said, I've fallen for some stuff, but I ain't never went that far. But Tasha, like I said, you done recorded it. The person that they was with admitted to it, and he's still denying it. The next thing to do is figure out how to get him up out your house. Because truthfully, at that point, and I get it, it's not always simple if there are financial concerns in there, but whatever you do, please stop sleeping with that man before he gives you something Tide won't wash off. Because if he's sleeping with people in your house, he done already disrespected himself, you, and the woman he brought in your house. There's no lower he can go other than to give you a terminal disease. Please get him out your house, and for God's sake, keep him out your bed. And I would definitely do some smudging in that house and salt the corners, do some spiritual baths and some cord cutting for yourself and all the rest of that. And I don't care how much you think you loved it, him, that's a demon. That's a vampire. Get him away from you. Anybody that get caught with a... Look, don't make me get started. I go back to auntie mode because I be telling women all the time, and I see people that do that. First off, I'm going to speak to the women first in here. He said he listen to the Pointer Sisters, then Diddy. Child, Diddy, he's on some foolishness. But women, first and foremost, if you gotta cheat, get out the relationship. Why in the world would you do that when you free enough to just get rid of whatever that is and bring something else into your plate? And if he's not worth you leaving what you currently got for, why would you jeopardize your relationship for a temporary feel good with somebody that ain't even worth you walking away from what you got to go and get? Number one. And number two, even if you got slick and decided you was gonna cheat, any man that's willing to come up in your house, and the same thing is true for men too, but I'm speaking to the women first. Any man that's willing to come up in your house and jeopardize your relationship, ain't even think enough of you to provide somewhere for you to lay. Number one, you would be foolish to jeopardize your relationship just for a nut with that fool. But he don't have no respect for you or himself. Why would you at least make a lateral move if you gonna leave a man for another man? Preferably make an upward move. That would be the smart thing to do. If you gonna leave your man, you need to be trading up. Don't be a dummy and trade laterally or downward. And the same thing holds true for men, but I'm just addressing women first because those were the ones that I usually see doing that kind of dumb stuff. And I like to talk to my young sisters first because that's just dumb as hell. Have enough self-respect to not violate where you got to lay your head for a dude that's just out trying to chase a nut. He gonna come in there and really literally put your life on the line, because what if that man don't stop at throwing him and you out in the street? What if he go off in a blind rage and pew pew y'all over some foolishness? You know how many men sitting up in the cemetery or the prisons over that same kind of dumb stuff? Don't do it. He probably did. He's again, Maurice probably. Matthew Fleshman, You should listen to your own advice. You're absolutely correct. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of the heavens. Many will come to me in that day and say, Lord, didn't we prophesy in your name? And didn't we expel demons in your name? And didn't we perform many powerful works in your name? And yet I will say to them, I never knew you. Get away from me, you workers of lawlessness. I know the scriptures and I know what they mean. So take your own counsel and go on about your business, because I know for a fact we ain't said nothing wrong up in here tonight. You wanting to proselytize and don't even have a clue what we talking about. You gonna go somewhere with that, bro. Do I believe in celestial events such as wars? Yes, I do. And the reason I do, Gerline, is because the ancient texts that they've been digging up out the ground for the last 200 years tell us about them. That part. I'm not narrow-minded enough to narrow my thinking to the last 500 years of mess that we've been given in the one little truncated book that they call the Bible. They've been digging up hundreds of thousands of ancient texts, and those texts do speak of galactic wars. They speak of the Anunnaki wars that happened right here on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years. So you can believe the church claptrap if you want to. You gonna be lost, and stuckity stuck. Too many documents out there that do confirm that there is a such thing as the Galactic Wars and the Anunnaki Wars. And hell, Revelation tell you about the end of the Anunnaki Wars, but the church done remixed it to mean something different. That part. Girl, if you don't, yeah, I'm glad you left. I was about to say, because I would have slapped the shit out, excuse me, yeah, no, look, I can't even edit that. I'd have slapped the shit out of somebody that stood there and told me that in my face. If you really loved him, you'd put up with it until he decided to change. The devil is a lie. The devil is a lie. You told him you was a ride or die until he killed the person that you were. Yep. If you gonna be a ride or die, you need to be riding and dying for something that's riding with you. You can't be sitting up there and being boo-boo the new fool for somebody that don't respect themselves or you. No, I'm glad you left. Thank you. Please stay gone. Don't let that fool talk his way back into your life. I can't believe he had the audacity to say something like that. I done seen some beautiful specimens of manhood in my lifetime. I ain't never seen enough man that was able to stand there and say no mess like that to me in my face. If you really love me, you'll put up with me until I decide to change. Boy, if you don't get the F out of here with that, oh my goodness. Plenty of them, Greg H. Plenty of ancient texts. We start with the Lost Book of Enki here on this channel, and then you can look at the Enuma Elish. You can look at the Popol Vuh. You can go and look at a lot of, even you ain't even got to go outside of biblical text. Go read the apocryphal text. That was what they initially put in the Bible, and then they took out because it was telling too much. How about that? You can go look at some of that stuff. But you know there's got to be some galactic something going on if you read the book of Ezekiel with the wheel and the this and the that, and then Yeshua's thing in Matthew when they talk about how the transfiguration when the cloud showed up and he was shining so bright it looked like his garments was glowing, and they saw Moses and they saw Elijah, and the voice spoke down from heaven and said, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Listen to him." When Moses was up on the mountains talking to the burning bush and all that stuff, that's proof of paleo contact right there. Stop being so naive and believing the church lie. They were zooming around in the Vedic text 10,000 years ago. In the Hindu text, they talk about them flying around in Vimanas. On here on this earth, celestial beings that came from the sky that was flying around on the earth in spacecraft. In the Renaissance European artwork, they show all them cathedrals and supposedly holy scenes, and they paint the halos over people's heads, and in the background they show flying saucers. Stop being naive just because the church tell you to be naive. Awesome, Tasha. I'm so happy to know that. I'm so happy that you moved states. Antoine, have you ever watched The Cosmic Secret? You'll love that. It's on YouTube. I think it's free with ads now. I might have put a link to it in the community tab too. They talk about what they found when they went inside the moon. It was quite interesting. Greg G, the whole point of Revelation, again, it was a vision that was given, in my humble opinion, is telling you what's going to actually happen. I believe it really is going to happen. I don't believe that that whole battle with Satan and all of that is when Satan is bound and loosed and then bound again and destroyed. That's one of the scriptures that they try to use to justify hell. Hell is not for humans. Revelation does not indicate that that's for humans, although it does say that a third of the population of the earth will be destroyed along with Satan, because they chose to continue to cling to Satan's lies and worship along with him. They worship the dragon, so they going down with him. But in Revelation 20, after he's destroyed, in Revelation 21, along comes another Elohim that's coming down from the sky after all of that's over with, and it says he's coming down with New Jerusalem. It describes a new base camp for new earth, and that Elohim said that he will rule peaceably among humanity. The whole theme of the Bible is about sovereignty. Now, Christianity gives us the lie that it's supposed to be an issue of sovereignty between Jehovah Yahweh and Satan the devil. But the reality, when you start looking at some of those older texts, Lost Book of Enki and the Enuma Elish and all of that, you'll find out that Jehovah Yahweh is Satan of the Eden, and he is Satan the devil. So there is an issue of sovereignty, but it was between the two brothers, Enlil and Enki. Enlil took over and became the Yahweh Jehovah Satan story, and in Christianity, promoting the Yahweh Jehovah Satan story, they genericized the word Elohim, and instead of translating it correctly to mean powerful ones, they made it singular and mistranslated it as God, and promoted the Yahweh Satan Jehovah story as a monotheistic God. But the Hebrews were never monotheistic. They were henotheistic, and they chose to worship Yahweh. But Yahweh has been a nasty son of a bitch in every single pantheon he's ever shown up in. Plant-based, I'm not lying, and you can get up out of here with your mess. How about that? That's what you can do. Hey, Greg G. Fallen angels are the watchers, honey. They're not actually angels. The word angel only means messenger. Again, you have to get out of the church story and understand what you're actually looking at. Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, all the rest of them, they are agents, employees, if you will, lieutenants, if you will, of Lord Enki. Whereas other ones like Samael and Barakiel and all of them continue to worship. They serve. They are minions for Yahweh, Satan, El. It comes down to an issue of sovereignty between two actual brothers, not invisible, all-powerful sky daddy deities that they lied and told us they were. Yahweh demanded that we have a worship gene installed in us, and that we never be told that they're not actually gods, but they're not actually gods. They perpetuated a lie, and one of them had enough conscience to feel bad about the fact that his brother is telling this lie, and wanted to set the record straight. And Yahweh has been adamantly working against that objective for over 2,000 years on this planet. It's not a conspiracy theory. You don't even understand how ignorant you sound, plant-based black man. Go do some reading. They say if you want to keep something from a black man, put it between the pages of a book, and it's obvious in your case that that has been very successful. So you can go on with that. If you don't agree with what's happening here, scroll on, plant-based. Scroll on. What's what called Tay James? Gerline, the history of Egypt comes along much, much, much later than the Anunnaki text. Many of the pantheon in the Egyptian pantheon are the Anunnaki leaders under different names. For example, Enki in the Egyptian pantheon, his name is Ptah. Thoth, his son, his name is Tahuti. Ninmah, her name is Isis. They're still the same beings. They just stuck around for so long that over time they wore different names in different pantheons. Yahweh has been known as Odin, Zeus, Baal, Dionysus, Eonis. He's been known as a bunch of different names. Enki has been known as Poseidon, Olokun, Lord Shiva, those sorts of things. I'm not missing the point of the Bible. The point of the Bible was to enslave mankind by a limiting thought and an idea, a lie, a notion that they were sold, that we're dirty and sinful and need redemption, so that they could justify killing the prophet of Enki that was trying to save mankind and enlighten them from the lies that Yahweh was perpetuating. Yeshua told them straight up in the chapter of John, in the book of John, chapter 8, that the Father that sent him was not the Father that the Jews were worshiping. He told the Jews straight up that they were worshiping the devil, that he was a liar and he didn't have no truth in him, that he was a manslayer and everything else. He went in on Yahweh right there in John chapter 8, and they still didn't get it, but they hated him so much that they didn't want to hear it, that they unalived him for it. And then 300 years after they unalived him, the same folks that unalived him knit him right back in the middle of the Yahweh lie and told us that it was a good thing that they unalived him, but they needed to unalive him to buy back our sinful blood. Any religion that promotes blood sacrifice of a human is not a good religion. Okay? Stop being bamboozled. You don't have to keep drinking the Kool-Aid forever. The scriptures say God is love. A slave of the Lord does not have to fight, but yet they turn around and Yahweh keep demanding blood sacrifice of his children, your children, and everybody else's children. That's not a good, loving God. Stop being bamboozled, Greg G. You're missing the whole point of the Bible. I finally woke up and understood the point of the Bible. It's a tool. It's a tool of mental slavery and destruction. I have no idea what you're talking about, Chuck Coates, but if you, whatever you got, you're super immature is what you are, and you should go somewhere and grow the hell up. That's what you should do. That's really what you should do, because that is not cute. It looks real dumb on a so-called adult. That's what it is. I would tell you to go somewhere and tell your mom about who you in love with. That's what you need to go do. Yeshua is not God, Bavian. He never said that. In the sense that he is an Elohim, he's actually El Shaddai, yes. But in big capital G, no, because there ain't no big capital G's nowhere on this planet. That's the point. Religion lied to you and told you they're big capital G's, because that's the lie Yahweh wanted told. They are Elohim, powerful ones. They are Anunnaki, those who to earth from heaven came. But John chapter 1 verse 1 tells us, in the beginning was the Word, And the word was with the Elohim, and the word was Elohim or El Shaddai, whichever the translation may have been. I don't have the original text. And it says, there, what is it? Not with anything, there was nothing made without him, or basically that's the gist of the scripture. So he's a powerful one. He was Anunnaki. But is he big capital Sky Daddy God? Absolutely not. There's not even anything in the Bible to support the Trinity. They put that mess in there to further bamboozle and flim-flam you. Because, and they did it to take the divine feminine out of religion. Because if anything, the Trinity should have been the Mother, the Father, and the Son. But they completely bypassed the notion of a divine feminine and went the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. There's not really a scriptural basis for that. You can get two legs of the Trinity at one time at best, and they use conjecture to knit all three together. But it's not an actual biblical teaching. That is another doctrinal lie of Christianity. Source everywhere, Mr. Stevingman. I'm not even going there with you. Chuck, get your ignorant self up out of here. I don't have time for you. That's just stupid. What book, Yeshua's girl, John? John chapter 8, start around verse 42. That's where Yeshua told the Jews that they was worshiping the wrong Elohim, that was not the Elohim that sent him, that the Elohim that they was worshiping is the devil. John chapter 8, starting around verse 42. No, Bavian, Jesus was not God. I done already explained that. I'm not going to keep going over that. No, that ain't even my opinion. That's what he said out his own mouth. So it ain't my opinion. He said it. Multi-category, I'm good. Honestly, you said, are any other planets have life and people? How could they not? Enki told us himself that they came from Nibiru, so we know at least one other planet got people. But honestly, how arrogant and ignorant do humans have to be to think that we're the only life forms on the planet? Do you understand how silly that sounds? So the creator of all, that put all of this stuff here with this intelligent design and the animals and the different species, and look how intricate even flowers and ice crystals and all the things that we've been discovering on this planet ever since we got enough technology to look at it. And that's just one planet. And in our solar system, we got 9 planets, or star, and a couple of satellites and all of that. And they've identified that there's hundreds of other galaxies out there. We're a small galaxy in one quadrant of the universe. There are potentially thousands, if not millions, of galaxies out there. Why would you ever think that we're the only planet with intelligent life on it? That don't even make no sense. You just basically call God a lazy bum. He put Earth here and a few little planets surrounding it, and there's nothing out here past that. That shows that your mind is limited. Don't limit God like that. No, Bavian, in my opinion, Jesus was not God. I'm going to say it one more time. Mr. Steving, whatever you are, then go on about your business. Jesus is not God, and you can be a Christian all you want, but I'm telling you, according to Yeshua, if you're a Christian worshiping Yahweh Jehovah, you are worshiping Satan the devil, and the Anunnaki text back that up. His title, when he first, Yahweh Jehovah, his name before he was called Yahweh and Jehovah, in his earliest pantheon iteration. The Jewish pantheon is one of the latest pantheons he showed up in. He done been represented in the Egyptian pantheon, the Greek pantheon, the Roman pantheon, the Babylonian pantheon, going all the way back to the Sumerian pantheon, and the very first one was the Anunnaki pantheon. And in the Anunnaki text, it tells us that his title, when he set foot off the spaceship, and yes, he did come here from Nibiru on a spaceship, his name was Enlil, and his title was Satan of the Eden. You need to go do your homework, bro. Hey, story time. What's up? What's up? I don't have a religion, Bavion. I've been delivered from religion. I was raised Christian, reading the Bible from the age of 3, but I've actually understood what was going on, and I asked for enlightenment, and I peeled away from that. He didn't die on a cross, story time. It would be medically, physically impossible for him to have died on a cross. The way that they actually impaled criminals back during that time period was on a stake, like more along the lines of a tree. The notion of the cross came in due to Constantine being a sun worshiper, the S-U-N up in the sky, and the symbol of sun worship was the cross, the unilateral cross with a circle around it. But in actuality, they tell the story that they put the stakes through his hands, and the way that they would impale somebody back then would be to hobble their legs. When they hung them up, they put the nails through the feet, but they would hang them at such a point that they could not straighten their feet all the way up. Their knees would be kind of bent. When you do that, well, first off, if they did that, even if he was only an average 150-pound man, if they did that and put the nails through the hands, there's not enough supporting bone here to hold that. It would have literally, the stake would have run right up through those tendons and ligaments and ripped right on through, and he would have fell to the ground in short fashion. The only way they would have been able to get him to do in the way they did other similar, if you want to call it, not even a crucifixion, it's an impaling. They ran the stake through the wrist. This bone right here will actually support weight. And when you put both of those together and run a stake through them and hold the hands over the head with the knees, the feet hobbled so that you cannot support your body weight, what will happen is holding that body weight like that over the hands will cause the lungs to fill with fluid, and the person will drown in their own fluid. That's how they actually carried out that type of impaling during that time period. And it was a very painful, slow way to die, and it was done for criminals. They didn't spend it. Christianity got the 3 crosses up on the hill. They wouldn't have never put a robber and a murderer up on a cross. I don't care what the story was. That's another Christian lie, so that they can make it. They didn't want to stand him out as different. They were unaliving him in the most infamous way possible, because Daniel tells us in the Bible that hanging a man from a tree is a curse upon him, and leaving him on that tree past sunset will be a curse on the land as well. And Paul states that, reiterates it when he gets down to some of his Antichrist lies over in Romans. Psalms and Proverbs. Yeshua's girl has a lot of good information and adages and sayings and stuff. A lot of Psalms were like temple stuff, and probably in the temple of Yahweh. Quite a lot of those, I believe, are dirges and somewhat a bit of spell work, to be honest with you, because a lot of it's praising and songs to Yahweh, who was blowhard and a whole bunch of nonsense. Landon, you can spew all of the Christianity trite sayings, but that still don't make it true. And if you do it long enough, they'll just remove you, that's all. I'm not just a Yeshua's girl, because Christianity is one of the most egregious. At least the Jews and the Muslims kind of stayed over in their corner of the world. Constantine was so mad land grab happy, and the Catholic Church, when they got rolling, they created the Holy Wars, and then they went all around the planet, literally installing that religion on the end of a spear. You would literally accept the religion or be unalived, and they unalived 80 million people to establish that religion around the planet. They are the most violent and egregious of all of the Abrahamic religions. That's the reason why people attack Christianity. And Christianity, as judgmental as it is, turns around and attacks everybody else. We live in a land of in God we trust. They slap it on their money and they make excuses to keep their imperialistic behinds over in other people's countries, trying to enforce and cram Christianity down everybody's throats, whether they want it or not. Christianity deserves every bit of the heat that it gets. And Islam and Judaism ain't no better, don't get me twisted. It really ain't. But you ask the reason why people want to attack Christianity, that's why. Because Christianity stands in this holier than thou position that they've got the only true God and everybody must accept what they're doing. And they ain't no damn better than nobody else, and in quite a few ways they're worse. Because they've accepted a religion that is chock full of paganism and black magic, and they so ignorant they don't even know and acknowledge that, but then turn around and criticize everybody else for being pagan and call everything else dark magic. It's a huge hypocrisy. That's why everyone attacks them. And I'm sorry if that offends you, my love, but that's the honest to goodness truth. Again, ain't nobody told you that God was omnipresent, Rosie. That's that limited Christian church think that you've been given. Nobody said that God, and truthfully, the creator of all could be omnipresent. It doesn't mean that he's not. The creator of all did not come here and demand our worship, though. The creator of all has not chosen to directly interact with us or even give us their name. The reason you spewing the stuff you're spewing now is not because of the creator of all, it's because of lying ass Yahweh. You've been so indoctrinated with fear that you can't even step out of it. You don't even know where to go from there. They're not, Mr. Stevingham, Yahweh, Jehovah, Elohim, Shaddai are not all valid names for God. The term Elohim does not mean God. That is an intentional mistranslation. And Lord knows Zechariah Sitchin, Rudolph Steiner, and all the rest of them been trying to tell y'all ignorant selves that for 100 years now. And Christians still want to cling to that lie that Elohim means God, and it does not. And the Trinity is not biblical, and neither is hellfire. Hey, story time, it's good to see you too. Did you check to see if you got your reading, my dear? Because no, it was headlines. I'm sorry, it was headlines with a voice. You got yours, my bad. Hey, no wipe top coat, good to see you. Bro 100, yes. Enlil's first title, his first military title when he came here to Earth was Lord of the Command. His very next title was Satan of the Eden. Good night, Antoine. Yeah, I'm on my way. I ain't gonna be much longer because, like you said, they just getting weirder and it's going on longer. Hey, Douglas, good to see you, though. Sweetheart, Mr. Steve Gammon, whatever, I did want to know God, and I have read the Bible multiple times, but when I really want to know the nature of Yahweh, look around the world you living in, because the world has been under the influence of Yahweh for 2,500 years. That let me know that there was a huge disconnect between what we're told it's supposed to be and what's actually happening, because if Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah was any of the things that he claims he is, we would have peace on this earth instead of 2,500 years of increasing misery. That part. I'm gonna ignore Rosie because she gonna get it. Yeah. I already answered it, Rosie, that God he can be omnipresent, but he hasn't chosen to come up here. And S. Willie, whatever you are, we already talked about people being equal. You on some other stuff that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. Honestly, what people see as ghost noise like are probably evil demonic spirits. If you play around with that game, Yahweh got his minions just like Enki has people that work on his team. Yahweh got folks that work on his team, and if you'll notice, it's usually the super religious folk that usually wind up with a lot of paranormal activity. But if you play that game, they'll show up and play with you. But do I believe that they really are necessarily disembodied human? Not really. I really don't. And again, I could be wrong. The only time I've ever interacted with any spirits of those that have transcended, they weren't in nobody's house playing evil, scary games with people. They bring their message and then they go on about their business. The ones that's sitting around doing all of that stuff, going bumping the night and scratching people up and busting windows and all that stuff that we see on the whole paranormal activity stuff that's happening around there, that's demonic activity. That's not actually our lost loved ones. Our loved ones ain't gonna come back and haunt us and scare us. Come on now. They keep promoting the rapture, Gerline, because they keep promoting lies. Christianity ain't gonna never stop. According to Revelation, they gonna keep, some of those folks are gonna doggedly hold to them lies right up until Michael and the archangels and the four horsemen of the apocalypse ride through here and unalive Satan and them. It says in Revelation that about a third of the population of the planet will be unalived at the end of the Anunnaki wars. Well, they call it Revelation. I'm saying I believe it's the last skirmish in the Anunnaki war. But Revelation tells us that there's going to be some folks that just absolutely will not be able to accept the truth, and they're going to go down with the dragon when he go. Yeshua told them, you're going to come and say to me, didn't we do this in your name? And didn't we do that in your name? And yet I'll say to you, I never knew you. Get away from me, you workers of evil. Yeshua told them that. The end of Revelation done told them that. He's waking folks up to try to show them the truth. And they come in here and they still want to argue and cling to it. And they'll cling to it. They will clutch their Bibles and their Torahs and their Qurans right on up out of here. That's their choice. And again, as Willie, you say, for God so loved the world that he gave us his only son, so that who believe in him shall not perish but have eternal life. That's that scripture is there. That is John 3:16. But if you understand John chapter 1:1, and then you go back and read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you'll realize that very likely, and again, that is a slight mistranslation. It should be whoever believe like him shall not perish but have eternal life. Thoth and Yeshua were both known as the light of the world, the Word, the Logos, and the Son of Man. All four of those terms apply to both Yeshua and Thoth, and both of them were on a mission to help enlighten humanity, to free them from the Yahwistic lies. Thoth won his own immortality according to the Emerald Tablets. He went through the spiritual chops, so to speak, in through the various mystery schools and spiritual schools and schools in the astral and all the rest of that, until he succumbed. I mean, he triumphed over death and won his immortality. And instead of continuing on throughout the cosmos, he said that he wanted to stick around and help humanity ascend from the darkness and the mental trap that they had been placed in by Yahweh. I mean, he don't straight out call Yahweh in the Emerald Tablets, but if you go back and read the Emerald Tablets, he tell you that's what he was doing. And then Yeshua says, my father is not Enlil, my father is basically the other one. And when he gets baptized, the sky opens up and says, this is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved, listen to him. And when the transfiguration, he said, this is my son, the beloved, whom I've approved, obey him. And then in John 3:16, it tells you he's doing the same thing that basically Thoth was doing. He's coming to do his father's work, to enlighten the world so that those who believe like him might not perish, but be able to gain eternal life. I know what verse it is, honey. I'm sitting here quoting it to you. I got a whole video on this channel discussing John 1:1 and John 3:16, a couple of them, I think. Go back and see my Resurrection Day message. And Elohim means powerful ones. We've been talking about that for the last 4 hours on this channel. Noise light. It does not mean God. It has never meant God. It means powerful ones. El Shaddai means sons of the powerful ones. El Elyon means the destroyer. And I didn't make that up either. Zechariah Sitchin, who could actually read the translated original Hebrew, ancient Hebrew tablets, said that. And Paul Wallace, who was an archdeacon in the Anglican Church for 33 years, who taught priests and pastors and all of them, he said the same thing as well. So, yeah. Hey, Fortunate Macabre, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Rosie, no, he wasn't. He was talking to all of them. Yeshua didn't just come here to cherry pick. He sat down and was talking to the Jews. He wasn't talking to the Pharisees. He wasn't talking to the Sadducees. His ministry was straight up to the Jews who were worshiping Yahweh. And multiple times during his ministry, he told them, you don't know my Father. And he told them straight up, you're worshiping your father, the devil. Now, you can try to make it be something else because that's what they told you to make it be in church. But that's the reality of what's in the Bible. Stop trying to remix it to fit what your pastor told you, and open your eyes and heart and read what the books say. It don't require interpretation. It just requires reading. And so many people want to come back and put the Christian pastor interpretation on that scripture to explain away what it actually say, to try to fit the Christian lie, when all they got to do is open their minds and their hearts and read what the hell it actually say. I'm good, Shawanda. How are you? You know what, y'all? I hate to duck out, but it is 12:24. We have been at this since 8 o'clock. I have to go because I do want to be able to do some tarot work, or actually work towards. I'm not sure I'm going to get that other channel up and running tomorrow, but I will put a note in the community tab when I do, because I am going to need some of y'all's help to get to that 50 mark so I can start live streaming over there and doing some tarot. I don't know if I'm going to have to set up a separate coffee page. Just some things I got to figure out with that. No, I don't think it's strange that there's so much hatred for Israel and Jewish people. No, it's like there's hatred all over. Listen, Christians hate Jews and Muslims. Muslims hate Jews and Christians. Jews hate Christians and all of that's the ironic part. All of the Abrahamic religions are basically worshiping the same deity, and all of them hate each other. That's one of the reasons you know that it's not the truth. They all are worshiping the same God, and they all hate each other. They're all killing each other. It can't be the truth when you look at it like that. But people still want to doggedly hold to the fact that it has to be. I don't hate any of them, because I understand they all been lied to and bamboozled. But part of the issue with Yeshua is he was a Jew by birth, but he was not a religious Ashkenazi or whatever the type of Judaism they was running back in them days. He was an Edomite, or very likely an Essene, and they were very different than the other Jews that were popular at the time. They were very non-violent, very peaceful people, and they was not worshiping Yahweh. I love you too, Joyce. Good night. Yep. All right, Jesse, do nails. Yeah, again, we're going to have to, you said, do I believe in Yahweh? I don't know who Yahweh is. And again, I honestly don't know. Gerline, I would have to say if he's linked with Abraham, he's probably on Team Yahweh, and I wouldn't mess with him. I stick with Raphael, Michael, Gabriel, because I know whose team they're on, and it ain't Yahweh. But there are several Elohim again, basically watchers, Anunnaki, who present themselves under those names. And it, like I said, Abraham was grossly misguided. Abraham, I love him. I ain't trying to talk against our forefathers, but he did not choose well. He was not a very wise man in his choices. Neither was Moses. You're welcome. Have a great night. Yeah, this is a good place for me to wrap it up here. I will be back on. If I don't make it on tomorrow night, I'll be back on Friday night and we can take it up where we can. I probably will take off tomorrow evening because I'm going to try to catch up on some tarot work in the earlier part of the day and do some live streaming in the earlier part. So we'll try to come back on Friday evening to take it up here. Good night, everyone. I love you so very much. Namaste.